Introduction. There's a shock coming up. A big, glorious, true shock. It's at the bottom of page 163. Do not look at page 163, at least, not until you've read the following paragraph. If you want to receive Angelo B S Johnson would have wanted you to receive it, and as I would prefer you to receive it, then start with the Beckett epigraph and let page 163 happen to you when it does. To those of you who have already skipped ahead to page 163 and returned to here, welcome back to the present. Welcome back your usual condition of avoiding big, glorious, true shock by checking, in advance, to see, click, what that shock might consist of, if it were ever truly to be experienced. Welcome back to knowingness. To those of you who have not skipped ahead, but are still reading this rather than the Beckett epigraph, well done. Now, go away and come back later, when you've been entertained, lectured, touched, shocked. To those of you who have returned after reading Angelo, and are wondering whether I didn't perhaps diminish the shock by mentioning it in advance, I apologize. That was the best I could do. Because that is the best we can do, resist the temptation to preserve ourselves from shocks, even though we often know quite a lot about them already. Avoid spoilers. Avoid creating spoilers. But I couldn't write about Angelo without mentioning the shock. Because Angelo turns on the shock of self-accusation. I have many problems with my contemporaries, but most of all with their willingness to believe they've learned from the mistakes of others, and that, as a result, they'll never make those mistakes. This, however, is knowingness rather than knowledge. Knowingness brings a suspicion of idealism. Because we have never made the mistake of having unreasonable ideals, we are comforted by knowingly calling all ideals naive. Because this or that radicalism is said to have failed, we knowingly take it that radicalism always leads to failure. Taking knowingness for knowledge is the worst mistake of all. Angelo is a very easy book for a certain kind of contemporary to sneer at. It is a crudely experimental novel. It is an example of a rudimentary, struggling, English postmodernism. It is, bless it, not quite clear what it wants to be. To which I want to reply, there is no experiment without crudity. Think of all modern art, from Cézanne's faulty visions of faulty vision, to the outrageous unevenness of Les Demoiselles d'Avignon, to Bacon's inexplicably orange three studies for figures at the base of a crucifixion, from the head-banging momentum of Bolero, to the cut-and-pasted sound blocks of The Rite of Spring, to the gnarly lurches of Steve Reich's It's Gonna Rain, from D.H. Lawrence's botched-together anti-psychologies, to Donald Barthelme's choreographies of elegant incoherence, to the deliberate longueurs of David Foster Wallace's The Pale King, from Emily Dickinson's wonky hymns to Perhaps God, to The Waste Land, to Sylvia Plath's Brutal Daddy. These were not classical masters who had calculated the balanced effects of what they were putting in accustomed place. These were desperate strugglers with blocks and bloops of slimy, coming alive and dying and coming alive again stuff. The worst knowingness of any contemporary version of history is that it itself idealizes the way things happen. It makes masters out of strugglers. It loses a sense of events as, in their flux, in their happening, entirely unhistorical moments of snafu. It suggests a form of supreme judgment exists, if one can recognize the patterns. It has no praxis. To which, escalating, I want to reply, there is no experiment without uncertainty. When B. S. Johnson wrote Angelo, it was an experiment in these important and easily forgotten senses. B. S. Johnson did not know that Angelo would not be a novel that became overwhelmingly popular, a bestseller. B. S. Johnson did not know that his shocking outburst of "Oh, fuck all this lying," would not become a rallying cry for all fiction. B. S. Johnson did not know that he was not fundamentally changing English writing. B. S. Johnson did not know that he was not fundamentally changing English society. Yet which contemporary writer would think it worth writing an experimental novel in the hope of drawing attention to the government's education policy? On the final page of The Disintegration of Albert Angelo, B S Johnson's out from behind the curtain narrator writes that the book is didactic, 2. Social comment on teaching, to draw attention, 2. To improve, but with less hope, for if the government wanted better education it could be provided easily enough, so I must conclude, again, that they specifically want the majority of children to be only partially educated. B S Johnson had less hope of this possible improvement, but he still had hope. Which contemporary writer would have any? And finally this makes me to want to reply, there is no experiment without hope. Because, this time, the experiment might succeed. The slimy stuff might become beautifully and permanently alive. The idealism might be fulfilled. The radicalism might generally convert. Things might change for the good, because of something written. It would be very easy to make Albert Angelo seem a repository of traditional fictional pleasures. One might stoop so low as to mention Dickens. There are some fine descriptive passages, etc. There is even Albert's gratifyingly reactionary confession, of course, I would really like to be designing a Gothic cathedral, all crockets and finials and flying buttresses, which can be translated into, of course, I would really like to be writing Bleak House, all digressions and eccentric minor characters and implied 10 commandments. This reaction, however, is retracted, and the continuation applies to both Gothic cathedrals and Bleak House, but I must be of my time, ahead of my time, rather, using the materials of my time, the unacknowledged legislators, and so on, in accord with, of, my age, my time, my generation, my life. The greatest thing about Albert Angelo is its wholehearted uncertainty. Uncertainty is the substance of each passionately blocked out sentence, uncertainty is the book's underlying oomph, push, spasm, yearn, uncertainty of its main character, an architect who does not make buildings forced to become a schoolteacher who does not want to teach and does not want to do anything but teach, uncertainty of Albert Angelo, misogynistically mourning his true love, Jenny, and their idyllic hours among rocks, uncertainty of B S Johnson speaking of himself and his art/life. Struggles through Albert Angelo until he can't bear the falsity of that any longer, and then isn't sure if the attempted truth isn't worse, uncertainty of the reader who is confronted by an anguish that mocks itself, and a laughter that wants to crawl further into the black, and a love for truth that is shockingly pure. Toby Lit. December 2012. Publisher's note. B S Johnson was a formally innovative writer. During his life he took an active interest in the typography and production of the print editions of his books. In producing electronic editions of his work, it was necessary to balance our desire to respect the integrity of his texts with our desire to make his writing available to the widest possible readership, including those who read digitally. We have tried to represent Johnson's original work in this new medium faithfully, however, the print book is a fixed format and the ebook a fluid one, so it is undesirable to make a facsimile in most circumstances. Johnson was rigorous about his writing, and resisted editorial intervention. We have sought to work in this spirit by adhering to a principle of non-interference. We have prepared these digital books from the first print editions and retained all Johnsonian idiosyncrasies of language and syntax. We have used a digital font that most closely approximates to the original typeface. The text has been optimized for the default type size setting on most electronic devices. Several features are unique to Albert Angelo. A specially designed type character draws attention to physical descriptions that Johnson believed were too often skipped over. In the second part, exposition, he uses a column-like layout to convey the experience of a classroom lesson, with the thoughts of the teacher on the right-hand side of the page in italics and his pupil's speech on the left in Roman, so that although the reader cannot read both at once, when she has read both she will have seen that they are simultaneous and be able to enact such simultaneity for herself. This alignment has been reproduced relatively, allowing the text to reflow and be resized, rather than using a fixed layout. These sections will be best displayed using your e-reader's default settings for font size and zoom. In the third part, development, When Albert finds a fortune-teller's card in the street, Johnson believed it was further from the truth to describe it than simply to reproduce it, so it is reproduced here as it was in the first print edition. The most difficult of all of Johnson's formal innovations to reproduce electronically is perhaps the most famous. Holes were cut through 3 pages of the print edition of Albert Angelo. The purpose of this was that a future event might be revealed. Johnson said, "I can think of no way nearer to the truth and more effective than to cut a section through those pages intervening so that that event may be read in its place but before the reader reaches that place." The section of text to be revealed is 3 lines long, ending with "from which he died instantly." The ebook lacks the depth of a physical pages, so it is difficult to recreate the trick of perspective. We have suggested this cutout in the text with 2 ruled lines, one either side of this recurring phrase. You can see a photograph of the physical edition here. When I think, that is to say, no, let it stand, when I think of the time I've wasted with these brand dips, beginning with Murphy, who wasn't even the first, when I had me, on the premises, within easy reach, tottering under my own skin and bones, real ones, rotting with solitude and neglect, till I doubted my own existence, and even still, today, I have no faith in it, none, so that I have to say, when I speak, who speaks, and seek, and so on, and similarly for all the other things that happen to me and for which someone must be found, for things that happen must have someone to happen to, someone must stop them. But Murphy and the others, and last but not least the 2 old buffers here present, could not stop them. The things that happened to me, nothing could happen to them, of the things that happened to me, and nothing else either. There is nothing else, let us be lucid for once, nothing else but what happens to me, such as speaking, and such as seeking, and which cannot happen to me, which prowl round me, like bodies in torment, the torment of no abode, no repose, no, like hyenas, screeching and laughing, no, no better, no matter, I've shut my doors against them, I'm not at home to anything, my doors are shut against them. Perhaps that's how I'll find silence, and peace at last, by opening my doors and letting myself be devoured. They'll stop howling, they'll start eating, the maws now howling. Open up, you'll be all right, you'll see. From the Una Mabel. By Samuel Beckett. For Virginia. Contents. This novel has 5 parts. Prologue. Exposition. Development. Disintegration. Coda. 1. Prologue. Joseph said. Cocoa needs cooking in a saucepan. Luke said. Don't be comic. Albert said. They put hormones or silicons or storm cones or something in it now so's it'll mix easily in the mug. Joseph said. Whose cocoa is it, then? Luke said. Why are you cooking cocoa when we haven't had any nosh anyway? Joseph said. Sustaining, cocoa is, they give it you inside to help you suffer. Albert said. I'll cook while you sustain us, then. I think Graham's left some odds and ends. Joseph said. That's it? A nosh up of the lot. Luke said. Did you know Graham then? Albert said. Oh, yes, I knew Graham. Well. Joseph said. Graham once called me a pathetic pseudo-disciple of them. Albert said. A double yoker. How about that, then? Joseph said. I thought they weren't allowed any more by the egg manufacturers. Albert said. That's made my day. A double yoker. Joseph said. What happens with them? Do you get 2 chickens out? Luke said. You know, I reckon that Graham was off his trolley. I mean, I've been here some evenings and you should have heard what was going on upstairs. Joseph said. All through the bloody night, too. Albert said. He was certainly unusual. Eccentric. Luke said. Eccentric. He was bleeding round the twist, mate, straight round the twist, no doubt about that. Joseph said. I got used to it. Luke said. Well, I wouldn't have got used to it. Bleeding, groaning and saying his prayers with beads and the music he used to play. Joseph said. I liked it, I liked it. I didn't understand it, but I liked it. Albert said. Well, I shan't make a lot of noise. I like quiet. I spend a lot of time working at a drawing board. Luke said. You an artist, then? Albert said. Well, sort of. I'm an architect, that is, I'm a teacher really, but I want to be an architect. No, that's the wrong way round, I'm an architect but I have to earn my living by teaching. Joseph said. What, you do drawings of buildings and things? Albert said. Yes. Luke said. What buildings have you done, then? Albert said. Ones that have actually been built. Luke said. Yes. Albert said. None. I just design them. Joseph said. Sounds a bit useless to me, mate. What's the use of designing buildings if no one's going to build them? Albert said. I do it for its own sake. You have to do something for its own sake. Luke said. Won't anyone ever build your buildings, then? Albert said. Oh yes, one day they'll all be built, I know. Joseph said. When you're dead, like? Luke said. Like poets, after they're dead. Albert said. Like poets, just. Luke said. Fucking lot of good that is, mate. I mean, when you're dead you're fucking dead, aren't you? Albert said. No. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The first thing you see about Percy Circus is that it stands most of the way up a hill, sideways, leaning upright against the slope like a practiced seaman. And then the next thing is that half of it is not there. There are trees in the circular railinged area in the middle, planes mostly, but one or two oaks and a long, hanging willow, oddly twisted like a one-legged circus tumbler. There is a little grass there, too, and rubbish of various kinds littered around, bicycle wheels, bottomless enamel buckets, tins, rotting cardboard. Some of the houses have patches where new London stocks show up yellow against the older blackened ones, then you know what happened to the rest of the circus. New flats abut at an angle, awkwardly. A blue plaque tells you that Lenin once lived at number 16. Percy Circus can be dated early Victorian by the windows, which have stucco surrounds as wide as the reveals are deep, with a scroll bracket on either side at the top. The proportions are quite good, though the move away from Georgian is obvious except in the top and lead flashed dormers. There is stucco channel jointing up to the bottom of the first floor windows, which have little cast iron balconies swelling ensemble. Each house is subtly different in its detail from each of its neighbors. The paintwork is everywhere brown and old and peeling. Albert lived at number 29. He had one huge room on the ground floor. His drawing board he set up overlooking the circus, facing south, to take benefit of the light. The previous tenant was named Graham. Joseph lived underneath, in the basement, of 29 Percy Circus. Albert had a bathroom, a lavatory, and a kitchen in common with Joseph. Luke was a friend to Joseph, who happened to be visiting him at the time that the conversation already related took place. Joseph had many other friends, but on this particular occasion it happened to be Luke who happened to be visiting Joseph on the first evening of Albert's tenure of the room in Percy Circus. On the very special occasion of Albert's coming to number 29 it happened to be Luke, to give him a name pregnant with significance. Someone lived upstairs, above Albert. Albert did not know who lived upstairs, above him. This was enough for Albert, to know that someone lived upstairs but not to know who it was who lived upstairs. For many it would not have been enough. They would have been out at many times, on many occasions, contriving coincidences in the hall and in the passageways and other common places, in their first week at Percy Circus. But not Albert. He heard the toings and the combings and the froings, but did not worry himself with identities. It was enough, for Albert, to know that someone lived upstairs. 2. Exposition. I think I shall visit my parents every Saturday, as a rule, as a habit. Occasionally Sundays, instead, though, not as well. But usually Saturdays, as a rule, as a habit almost. Yes. I think that they are my parents, at least, yes. They have always told me that they are my parents, my father and my mother, no inconsistency on their parts. I have been fairly content to think of them as my father and my mother. Naturally, I have only their words for it. Unless you count physical resemblances. But those I have, physical resemblances, to others who do not tell me they are my father, or my mother. Not that I could not have grown like them, for I could. People do grow like other people around them, in looks, and like their animals, too. Jim Wells grew to look like a greyhound in just the couple of years he kept them. And traits, too, physical traits, and mental traits, as well, these resemble some of those of my mother and more particularly some of those of my father. But traits, both physical and mental, traits one picks up from anyone. Anyone. I shall call them my parents, in any event. It seems right to call them my parents, my mother and my father. My parents, to give them a name with which to be going on. Every Saturday morning in the normal way I shall visit my parents. In the normal way. They live at Hammersmith, my parents. I walk down the hill from Percy Circus, along King's Cross Road, into Pentonville Road, towards King's Cross. The station has two great squat stock brick arches, their yellow uncommonly unblackened, Cubit, the youngest, Louis. Then there are the pseudo-Gothic excrescences of Scott's St. Pancras. I wonder shall I come to accept St. Pancras station, living so near? Or even to like it? Perhaps it is fatal to live so near to St. Pancras for an architect? Certainly it would be to bring up children here, their aesthetic would be blighted. But it seems unlikely that I shall be allowed to bring up children here. King's Cross is crowded, the tube station, with non-Londoners, foreigners, who do not know their ways, up for the weekenders who stand on both sides of the escalator with too much luggage and go as far as Piccadilly. The monotonous, regular sag and rise in the cable lines through the window opposite lulls me into drowsiness. I mean, had meant, to read. Sunlight as the train emerges before Barons Court rouses me. The first wintry unsure sunlight of spring. This sun on St. Paul's Hammersmith lifts me. Its proportions are miraculous, miraculous. Who did it? Gough, yes, Gough and Remuat, and someone else. Forget the other. My first real isometric drawing was of St. Paul's. My first real. Miraculous. And my parents, whatever that may mean, were married there, at St. Paul's. The flyover, Hammersmith flyover, too, pleases me. It sets off the church, is a fine piece of architecture itself. Graceful, curving away as though on tiptoe. But the sun emphasizes which is the better. Under, along, down towards the river. Towards the house of my parents. I meet the vicar. He looks the way he was looking before he saw me. I look the way I was looking before I saw him. The Christian Fellowship of Youth used to run a football team, and we used to belong. We never used to go to church, though. And one day he was so disgusted with us, the vicar, that he called us a lot of little heathens. So the team broke away from the church and we called ourselves Little Heathens FC. He used to let us practice in the church school playground, but we did not miss it much. Afterwards, we used the streets instead. It was difficult though to transfer your skills to grass, but as a result we all became good at the unexpected angle ball. Particularly Gary in goal. There was an enormous manhole cover and a curb in front of the yard gates we used as a goal. Gary got so used to expecting difficult angles at short notice that he became one of the best goalkeepers in the junior league. Gary actually went on and played regularly in the combination side for Fulham. I had a trial for Chelsea myself, when I was about 16, up near the Welsh Harp at Hendon it was, their trial ground. But I had a wet dream the night before because I had been saving up for a week beforehand, and I played far below my best. Not that I really think that I would have made the pro game anyway, no concentration if I was not completely interested. Start of a season, I would play well because I was interested, because I cared. Then after a few games my interest would go, though I still wanted to play well, and my game would go right off. Used to play left half or left back. Worked out a great understanding with Stan, our left winger. He was as fast as a whippet. He could do the 100 yards in evens without really trying. Stan still lives near and has a fat wife and 2 whippity kids. I still see him sometimes, but hardly ever to speak to. The vicar I see even less often. He looks the way he was looking before he saw me. I look the way I was looking before I saw him. They rented, my parents, the house, squarish 1880 looking, so undistinguished that I have never bothered to find out who built it and exactly when. Undistinguished, that is, except for the comic portico over the door, 9 steps leading up to it, 2 plain columns with cushion capitals and a severely molded entablature. The grey stucco is cracked off in some places, but painted over regardless by my father. But this portico I am very fond of since I used to use it as a permanent set in my film Daydreams and Acts. I would make exits and entrances and imagine a vast audience watching every movement I made. This behaving as though an audience were watching has become part of me, is my character, is me, and on one level I am always thinking and acting in a film for such a film audience. In this house, in my parents' house, my parents' home, all affection is channeled through the dog. No one is affectionate to anyone else except through the dog. I make a fuss of the dog. Fortunately he is a sensible and a lovable dog. I accept a mug of instant coffee from my mother. It's made with all milk, she says, my mother, and she is proud. All milk, I query literally in my mind, all milk, and remember the war. She has a new hat, and puts it on to show me. Then she comes to asking me what she had wanted to blurt out as soon as she saw me. And how are you looking after yourself in your new flat? I answer formally. She seems reassured, perhaps unwillingly. Have you got another school yet? I point out to her that the holidays are still on, and that they therefore do not know what vacancies there will be for supply teachers. Why don't you take a permanent job, Albert? You've been doing this supply now for 3 years. You're 28, now, you know. I know that very well, today, though there are days when I know it far less well. I answer her question as I have answered it many times before. I am an architect, not a teacher, and I will not tie myself to a term's notice even though it does mean the insecurity and constant changing of schools involved in supply work. She does not understand. She did not understand before. She has never understood. I do not mind that she does not understand, now I do not care that she does not understand. There was a time when I was concerned that she should understand. I ask her where my father is. On the dike. I wander out into the little garden. My father comes out, clipping together the 2 halves of his Boy Scout belt. He wears braces as well, my father, not exactly a pessimist, but always prepared. Watcher, mate, he says, my father, and he grins. One of the few warm things I remember about the war was my father calling me mate in his letters home. I play cricket with my father, in the little garden. We use a watering can, a broom, and a practice golf ball he found down along the towpath. I give him first innings and cannot get him out. Eventually he gives me an easy catch. Then he has me out third ball. He uses his off-spinner. Incredible, it is, his golf ball off-spinner, but I should know it by now. He pretends he did not see it beat me or hear the hollow clunk on the can. I draw his attention to both. He is still batting when my mother comes out to call us into lunch. My father liked my mother because she turned up for their first assignation even though it was raining. Here was reliability. And fortitude. For lunch we have beef. I enjoy lunch. I offer the dog a piece of gristly beef for which I have no use. You'll make him sick, says my mother. You'll make him constipated, says my father. The dog accepts my offer, swallows it without chewing, and sits back confused about whether sickness or constipation is now expected of him. I go to football with my father in the afternoon, after my mother has fed us, has fulfilled her function, has performed her duty, as she sees it, as mothers see it. I catch a number 11 bus with my father as far as Fulham Broadway. Walham Green it used to be called, when I first came here, and when my father first came here, too, I suppose, that long ago. I and my father join thousands of others jostling along Fulham Road at a pointlessly fast pace. My father buys 2 programs. I pay for us both at the turnstiles. First I and then my father climb the steep concrete steps behind the main terrace. I note again the ad hoc, piecemeal construction of the terrace, a huge earth mound formed from the excavated center with a steeply cantilevered shell on it. Badly finished, shuddering marks, not that such marks are not of the nature of the material, of the nature of concrete, for they are, but they can be well left or ill left. Here they are ill left. Chelsea's play is intensely aggravating, by turns appallingly bad and supremely skillful. They always play like this. Chelsea supporters are men of a special cast of mind, and widely cosmopolitan. All they have in common is this need to become emotionally involved with a team which can play as well as any and worse than any. Men who need to experience a wildly fluctuating range of emotions within 90 minutes. They would not come to Stamford Bridge if the team played any differently. Whoever manages the team, whoever plays in the team, the tradition is the same, is perpetuated. I remember, in swearing, shouting, and roaring with the rest, today, the first time I heard my father swear, at a football match, how somehow it made us closer, me having heard him swear, as though against the women, the 2 of us, closer. In the interval it is cold. I feel the cold, my father feels the cold. I can see my father feels the cold badly. I promise to buy him a season ticket for a seat in the stand when I get my first big commission. He does not answer. I know that he regards this as about as likely as him winning the pools. He gives me an apple, and polishes one for himself against the lapel of his old raincoat. The second half begins. And ends. Chelsea lose 3-2 after leading 2-0 at one point. Satisfied with our dissatisfaction, I and my father and the crowd squirm away from Stamford Bridge. I blame myself for the defeat, since I lost interest 10 minutes after halftime, stopped willing them to win. I had been trying to find an original solution for a stadium to hold 100,000 which did not crib from Nervy. A bus is not caught by either my father or myself, a number 11, that is, the one we came by, on our return. We walk down the whole length of North End Road. We always do this. We enjoy the street market. Occasionally my father buys something. Usually it is vegetables. Today he buys some Felix meat for the dog. The dog is a perverse dog. Felix meat is his delight. Nothing can make earth seem more like heaven than Felix meat, in his view. I feel it is fortunate that not more of us have views like this. I catch with my father a number 27 bus several minutes after arriving at the bus stop in Hammersmith Road at the end of North End Road. The northern end of North End Road, that is. We could have caught a number 9 or a number 73, to place them in numerical order, had either of these splendid numbers been opportune. But we catch a number 27 back to Hammersmith, my father, and I. The numbers are related. The square root of 9, 3, multiplied by 9 gives you 27, and 7 added to 3 brings you back to 9 again, if you take 1 off. Furthermore, there is a 3 in 73. The numbers of these 3, again, Buses running along the Hammersmith Road are not related by accident, these things are no coincidences. Anyone who thinks they are accidents or coincidences probably does not believe in parthenogenesis either. To say nothing of God. But no one ever says nothing of God. I feel that this may well be a large part of the trouble. My father talks to me on the 27th. Have you been to see about teaching up at the Angel? I tell him almost exactly what I told my mother earlier. It's a tough area, mate, I shouldn't think they get many teachers to stay. The kids are very tough. I tell him that I think he must be exaggerating, and that the children I have been teaching in West London have not been easy to control. I feel fairly confident about taking any class after the variety of 3 years' supply. It's really your mother who worries about you not having a job. I tell him I have a job, I am an architect. My mother has a specialty ready. I can see my father is very glad to be indoors out of the cold. Taters, he says. Taters in the mold. But there are kippers and hot rolls and English butter and fancy cream cakes. She is being good to me, my mother. I do not know whether it is because she wants to make me welcome after missing me or because she wants to make me regret leaving home. When Jenny left me, betrayed me for a cripple whom she imagined to need her more, my mother said never mind, perhaps he would die and then I could have her back again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You have a phone call from them sometimes, but usually you have to go to the office and wait until someone wants you. You have a phone call from them this first morning. The woman at the office gives you directions to the school, and you look it up in your A to Z to make quite sure. You put in a briefcase those textbooks experience has suggested will cover most of the subjects you are likely to be required to teach. You walk out of Percy Circus down past the doctor's surgery. Vernon Baptist Church, rosebush beds, the public patch with the public seats, traffic, at the one-way system intersection, across King's Cross Road, the Hansler Arms, Grove Fisheries, Connaught Dairy, Express Dining Rooms, the Northumberland Arms, the Sun on Cobden buildings with their curious half-exposed central stairway and cast iron ornament, sausage cases, the Oppenheimer Casing Co., UK, Limited, Caxton Printing Co. King's Cross, Limited, the Susan Lawrence Hostel, the back of the Welsh Chapel, ladies, gentlemen, radios, launderette, suits. You catch a number 214 bus outside Hennike's, past St. James's, which reminds you of Adam, but you realize that he can hardly have had anything to do with it, to the top of Pentonville Road. The end of a Georgian terrace against the skyline, stacks and terracotta, graceful, peaceful, very right. Flowers on a surprising bank to the right, a grass mound with shrubs, flowering yellow and leaved laurel green, walled with broken glass and coiled barbed wire on top, you wonder what it is. It is in the center of a square with tall late Georgian second ratings with mansard roofs. The pitch of the mansards is particularly well chosen, subtle. It pleases you. Claremont Square, it was, you notice, as the bus passes the farther side. You will walk that way, you decide, soon. Angel Mews, another garden. Colebrook Row, lovely, backs of fourth ratings, all pleases you this morning by its grace and proportion, in the sunlight, down the City Road, to City Road Basin, the bus takes you, you leave the bus, you walk through side streets for nearly 10 minutes before you find the school. You open a black iron door into the playground, and go down a flight of steps. The wall you have just come through forms one side, the school forms another, and tall factory buildings, with heavy wire shields over their windows, complete the other two sides of the playground's quadrilateral. At this level the building is partly open, supported on great blackened stock brick piers, and providing dark shelter. Down the center runs a flitten wall broken in its length only by a door, later than the rest of the building but well on its way to becoming as blackened, dividing the sexes. Against opposite walls, projecting little more than 3 feet, are identically built lavatories, a postern for each sex. They look like air raid shelter entrances, narrow, claustrophobic. The asphalt surface of the playground has a very noticeable slope. You see a girl of about 9 come out from a postern, still hitching herself comfortable, and you ask her to take you to the headmaster. The headmaster is formal, apart, preoccupied. He introduces you to his deputy head, Mr. Coulter. Mr. Coulter does not like you. He does not like any supply teacher. Supply teachers mean inconvenience to him. They upset his timetable and they are often untrained and incompetent. As he takes you along square stone-floored tunnels to your classroom, he expresses his dislike, oh so politely, by finding out why you are not in a permanent teaching post when he hears that you are trained and qualified. Ah, an architect monk, he smiles unpleasurably, opening a classroom door and requiring almost imperatively that you enter first. The class is relatively quiet. Mr. Coulter calls them to attention. Thank you, 3B, for helping us by behaving yourselves while left alone. I shall see that you gain 5 merit points for it. Now, as you know, Mr. Mackenzie is away ill, and Mr. What is your name? You tell him, although the headmaster had told him when he introduced you. And Mr. Albert is going to take you until Mr. Mackenzie is quite well again. I'm sure that you will do everything you can to help Mr. Albert while he is here. If anyone does misbehave, then Mr. Albert will tell me, won't you, Mr. Albert? And you know what that means, don't you? Christopher Arbor does, don't you, Christopher? You ask Christopher what happens to those who make a nuisance of themselves. He turns to you. I don't think you'll have much trouble with them, Albert, he says in a lowered voice. Mackenzie keeps them very much under his thumb. Now the register and dinner money haven't been done. I'll lend you my red pen, if you'll be a good man and be sure to let me have it back at playtime. You have a red pen. They love you to have your own red pen. Oh. Well, in that case I'll leave you to it, to sink or swim. If you need me, my classroom is 1 floor up, at the end of the corridor right above the one we came along. Fit, then. You smile your fitness to teach 3B. He goes to the door, and then remembers something. Oh, Mackenzie does dinner duty on Mondays, when he's here, that is, Albert. I trust you have no objections to dinner duty. Yes, you have. But you always do it just the same. Ah, Albert, he says, you're too young to have been a teacher before the war. Then we had to bring our own food and cook it in the staff room. Or go out to dinner, which few of us could afford. Now there's none of that. And the children then often didn't see a square meal from one week's end to the next. You are not objecting to there being school dinners. You were a child at a London school yourself just before the war. You think the scheme is admirable. But it should be run by non-teaching staff. Well, the union has been advocating that for many years now, Albert, many years, Mr. Coulter says. You restrain your contempt for the union with difficulty. It'll come, Albert, it'll come, he says. Meanwhile 1 floor up, at the end of the corridor right above the one we came along. You are glad he is gone. You smile and look at the class. Right, 3B, you say, just until I get used to things, I'd like you to read quietly to yourselves. You all have your own reading books, don't you? Brightly yes. Until playtime, then, read. Or look at the pictures if reading is not your best subject. When is playtime, by the way? Christopher Arbor. Give him responsibility, he should be on your side if he is a troublemaker. Perhaps in a sense prove Coulter wrong, too. 11:05, sir, a boy says. Potato face, potential boxers, wide eyes, retroussé nose, well black hair, blue pullover. Thanks, Chris, you say. He looks pleased at attention being paid to him that is not threatening, or perhaps he thinks he has found a soft teacher. You sit down. You are glad to sit down. You open the single central drawer of the scored and ink-stained desk. Under the register and the dinner book is a litter of school children's valuables, marbles, sweets, plastic whistles, a spring balance, razor blades, 3 thimbles, handkerchiefs, keys, chewed rubbers, brushes, pens, pencils, useless plastic parts, ball pen refills, cereal manufacturer's lures, a Durex packet, and a long blunt sheath knife. You open the register, and glance down the names. Several Greek-looking ones, a Mustafa, and half a dozen Irish. Not a West Indian district, apparently. You look for special notes. There is only one, Linda Taylor, mild epileptic, besides 3 with S against their names for spectacles. You look round, and see that only 2 children are wearing glasses, both are boys, and looking again at the names you see the third to be a girl. You decide to demonstrate that you have knowledge of them, and therefore a certain mysterious professional power over them. Gloria Canning, why aren't you wearing your glasses this morning, you demand. Please, sir, I left them at home. My mum forgot to remind me. Small, dark, ovoid face, square set eyes, block chin, home-permed hair, white lace blouse. Please don't forget tomorrow, then. And you're old enough now not to need your mother to remind you. 3B. Third year, second stream, 9 to 10-year-olds. How many streams in this school? Difficult to tell how many. 3B will not be the brightest, anyway. Taking JLE next January. Only another 9 months, so you should do a fair proportion of formal work with them. Over square room with high, pock ceiling. White flaking decoration. Brown up to dado, a green line, then chalky green to ceiling. Woodblock floor treated shinily to prevent splinters. Furniture old, apart from new pair of cupboards. White sashes, 3 large lights on one side. Reproduction on opposite wall of winsome girl, red-cheeked at embroidery. Vertical sliding blackboards, worn, messy. Board rubber balled. You two, stop talking. You were told to read. What are your names? And stand up. You must always start harder than you intend to go on, never the other way round. Please, sir, they don't know what you say to them. They're Cypriots, sir. They can't understand, sir. Oh. Thank you. Dark hair, olive faces, rounded, a little simian, beautifully shaped heads, remarkably alike. How many of the others do not understand English? 4. Give them games to play with in the formal lessons, books to look at, and personal coaching, and try to give as many other lessons as possible that do not involve reading or writing without depriving the other children. Like painting. Yes, you can give a painting lesson after play. Now, will you all please answer your names as I call them? Rita Allen. Yes, sir. Hilary Bullivant. Yes, sir. Jacqueline Kaler. Here, sir. Gloria Canning. Here. Sherry Clift. Yes, sir. Janet Collings. Present. Anne Foley. Here. Nevin Georgiou. Yes. She knows 1 word of English, at least. Doreen Langley. Yes, sir. Anne Lydiard. Present, sir. Denise Murphy. Yes, sir. Felicity Murphy. Yes, sir. Are you 2 cousins? No. Related in any way? No, sir. Oh. Kate O'Reilly. Kate O'Reilly. Absent, sir. Sir, I saw her up Old Street yesterday, with her mum. Do you know why she isn't here? No, sir. Then there wasn't much point in telling me you saw her up Old Street yesterday with her mum, then, was there? Stella Riordan. Here, sir. Gladys Saintly. Present. Linda Salter. Yes, sir. Sonia Smith. Here, sir. Georgina Stoneham. Here, sir. Yvonne Stonehouse. Here, sir. Linda Taylor. Linda Taylor? Anyone know why Linda's away? Please, sir, she's got fits. She had one in class, sir. She bit Mr. Mackenzie, sir. That's enough. Brenda Trussell. Yes, sir. Elaine Vaughn. Yes, sir. Lynn Waters. Yes. Now the boys. Christopher Arbor. Yerp. You look hard at him. You decide to let him get away with it this time. David Bufton. Yerp. Sir. Alan Burdick. Yerrrrrrp. Look, the next boy who tries to be funny while I'm calling the register is going to regret it. Georgia Constantinou. Yes, sir. James Day. James Day. You will risk a joke. James Day seems away. Good, they laughed a little. Owen Evans. Here, sir. George Eliot. Here, sir. John Hammett. Yes, sir. Barry Hilton. Present, sir. Roger Lord. Present. Ari Mustafa. Yes, sir. Ari. Which one's Ari? Can you understand any more English, Ari? Yes, sir. Accent like any other North Londoners. Must have been born here. Good. John Nash. John Nash and Regent Street and the Quadrant and All Souls and the Prince Regent and the Haymarket Theatre and bits of Buckingham Palace, you think, John Nash? Yes, sir. Andreas Neo. Neophytos. Yes, sir. Derek Pearce. Present. Alan Pearson. Present. Sir. William Rawlings. William Rawlings. Away. Yes, sir. Away, sir. Fedros Stavriks. Yes, sir. Daniel Williams. Here, sir. James Wilson. Yes, sir. Right. Thank you. 21 girls here. 17 boys. Now I want all those who are staying to lunch, dinner, that is, today, to bring out their money when I call their names. This takes you until nearly playtime. You fail to avoid awkwardness, embarrassment, shame, over those who do not bring money out but have free dinners. Not for the first time. At 11 you remember to direct that the milk be given out. At playtime you dismiss them and Christopher Arbor shows you the way to the staff room. You face the staff, an outsider. No one talks to you except Mr. Coulter, briefly, and an old woman of about 30, at length. She talks sweetly to you, who would rather be left alone, the professional supply. Through your talking you listen to the rest of the staff. The men are noisily discussing their combined perm entry which narrowly failed to win the week before. The women are shy, the other unmarried ones, and the married ones are aggressive and make loud remarks about the headmaster's laziness and criminal unfitness. You are given a cup of tea, and charged twopence for it. Always in supply there is this mysterious figure whom you are replacing. You try to build up your own conception of him from what the others let fall in conversation, from his room, his desk, his children. Mr. Mackenzie. Whom you are replacing. Your painting lesson goes well, though there is a lot of noise. You pin a piece of sugar paper to the board and show them the elements of a simple landscape. On the top 3/5 of the paper you lay a gray-blue wash, and on the bottom 2/5 an earth-brown one. You run some black mountains across the division. The children murmur then as they see, as the mountains make the picture stand out, become real to them. You are pleased at their reaction. You add a full moon, and then tell them that once they have reached the stage themselves then they may put whatever they wish in the foreground. You walk around, watching them working. Some start with the moon. You try to remain patient, kind. It begins to be a strain. You go back for relief to your own painting, and quickly rough in a Doric portico flanked by colonnades. You enjoy it. You hear some giggling going on, and turn. A group of boys. They quickly split up, and one tries to hide a painting as they see you noticing. You walk slowly up and demand the painting. In the foreground are hardly identifiable animals with television aerials on their heads, yoked to a sleigh. Underneath each is a series of brown splodges, and, leaving no room for dubiety as to what was represented, an arrow and the word shit. You conceal your amusement with difficulty, confiscate the drawing for your collection, and stand the boys out in the front facing the board. Mr. Coulter comes to fetch you just before the bell for lunch. The children are still painting. You tell them to clear up now. They do so readily. You are not sure whether it is because you have control over them or because Mr. Coulter is there. You cover up the painting of the incontinent animals with the register as Mr. Coulter moves towards your desk. Mr. Coulter takes you down to the dining hall. Long rows of cream formica-topped skeletal tables, skeletal chairs with steam-molded laminated wooden seats and backs, lines of children at two closed hatches. The noise is tremendous, due largely to the acoustic properties of the hall. Mr. Coulter goes to the dais, picks up a large brass handbell and rings it violently. Most of the children stop talking. When you stop chattering, then you can have your dinners, he bellows. He picks on a child at random. Gerald Thompson, you can't stop talking, so you'll have to wait until the end. Go to the very back of the queue. Go on, move, boy. Anyone else? They are silent now. Mrs. Goodman, I think we are just about ready to start dinner now. The hatches open, and in a remarkably short time the lines have disappeared and the tables have filled with small children, eating and talking. The noise is worse than before, there now being added the clatter of knives and forks. Mr. Coulter tells you to go around giving permission to those who have finished and are sitting up straight with their arms folded to take their plates out and collect their puddings. The table manners are appalling by Mr. Coulter's standards. You notice him correcting one 8-year-old girl for some time. You do not attempt to do anything similar yourself. These children and their manners are the product of their environment, and therefore suit that environment. You are not sure enough of your own standards to take the responsibility of imposing them on these children for whom they would probably be quite inappropriate. You do, however, very surely deal with two boys who are delightedly spattering each other with mashed potato. School dinner is finished in just over 15 minutes, the slower eaters being chivied and forced. Mr. Coulter tells you how they pride themselves on this speed. So even if you do consider it an imposition, Albert, he says as you climb back towards the staff room and your own meal, you can see that at this school we make dinner duty as painless as possible. The staff room is on the top floor. There is a view from it out to the southeast, over the city. You are grateful for it. Some of the tower blocks are very good in their own right, though too many of them have services untidily designed on their roofs. After lunch you sit sketching it in your notebook, the skyline, blocks, spires, St. Paul's. The blocks set off the cathedral, none are as tall, their rectangularity against the dome's sweet curve. The rest of the staff chatter and laugh, the air becomes polluted with the smoke of their camaraderie. They think you are unsociable. Even the woman of 30 does not talk to you after she has given you another cup of tea and charged you another tuppence for it. You do not mind. You teach them simple sentence construction during the first session of the afternoon. You read them a story during the second session of the afternoon. You feel exhausted at the end of the afternoon. You decide to walk home slowly, up the city road, towards the Angel. City Arms, St. Mark's Hospital for Fistula and C. Mona Lisa Cafe Restaurant, vast anonymous factory block shouldering Georgian first ratings mainly used for light industries, Albion House with two lovely bow fronts spoilt by nursery stickers inside the windows and two comically sentimental plaster dogs guarding the steps. Sale closing down. Aspenville wallpaper. Claremont Mission. Overgrown gardens this side. Claremont Square. The bank again, yellow, saffron, green. Across Emwell Street, down Great Percy Street, to the circus. You feel far less tired when you reach your flat. You walk to school as well the next morning, for your second day at St. Sepulchre's. You look forward to teaching. You think of it as a great privilege, to be allowed to work amongst children. Very worthwhile, very satisfying. You think of these as commonplaces, but true and relevant, and remember that this is how you always feel, enthusiastic and dedicated, at the start of a term. Then disenchantment sets in, after perhaps 2 weeks. But this second morning you look forward to teaching. You arrive early. You talk with the early children as friends, interesting yourself in their interests. When the class has assembled you say good morning to them, smiling, and they respond readily. You try the standard jokes. All those who are absent please put up their hands. They are allowed to laugh at this. And, later. Now who's going to have super delicious school dinners? They are allowed to groan at this, in a derisive manner. You like your class. You want to teach them well, as a result. Mr. Coulter interrupts your first lesson, ostensibly to tell you that you are on playground duty today, but really, you are sure, to check up on you. The class is working quietly, and you are giving personal attention to one child when he comes in. You are pleased he has not caught you out. He tells you that no ball games are allowed in the playground because children have too frequently been knocked over and injured whilst playing them. When you see them in the confined area of the playground, you can understand why. But, deprived of ball games, the boys have evolved other ways of playing. The playground has a slope of perhaps 1 in 12 in its 15-yard length, and groups of boys link arms against the factory wall at the back and rush down it. Anyone in their way is knocked down. This game they call chariots. You stop them, feeling a spoilsport as you do so. Even so, you notice that at any given moment there seem to be just as many boys on the ground, fighting, or being tripped, or falling. You go through the door in the flattened wall to the girls' side. You notice that the wall is badly laid. You presume that this was once one playground, and that, divided, it now serves for more children. Many of the girls are standing in small groups, talking. Others chase round these groups. Some of those from your class run over to you and cling to your arms looking up at you and smiling and laughing. You are pleased with their attention, but quite relieved at the same time that no adult can see you, especially no adult who knows you. Dark, red cheeks, dirty mouth. So fair, skin pale as white vitriolite, one incisor broken at the corner. Strong, neat, curiously twisted smiles. Tall, shy, never taking her eyes from you. You shiver slightly, you wish you had put on your overcoat. You wonder how the wind penetrates such an enclosed space. You wonder why there is no woman teacher on duty in this playground. Jenny. Just like Jenny. Not in your class. That square set of the shoulders, the same type of face, but coarser, oh, far coarser than Jenny's. But eyes just as lovely, just as treacherous. A boy comes running through the door up to you and says that someone is hurt. Gently, you make the girls leave hold of you and go through to see. A boy has grazed his hand against the wall. You ask who attends to such things in this school, and then send the boy with 2 of his friends to the school secretary. You see by your watch that playtime has ended, but you give them 3 minutes more before blowing your whistle. They line up reasonably quickly, and do not talk. You are surprised. You stand in the doorway attempting to control the files in both playgrounds at once. The first period after lunch you feel relaxed, completely in control of your class. You begin a geography lesson which turns into a lesson on London, then into a lesson on architecture. You try very hard to make it interesting and understandable to your children. That they are quiet seems to indicate that you are succeeding, There is only one slight disturbance when Buffton, toying with a pencil, sends it skittering across the classroom, and this you deal with patiently. Even the Greek Cypriots seem to be watching and listening, though presumably they can understand very little of what you are saying. The bell cuts short your lesson while they are still attentive and not restive. Before going down to the playground you ask Mr. Coulter what special arrangements there are for teaching the Cypriots. He is non-committal about it, resents your asking the question, and implies that it is not really the concern of a supply teacher. Face of a failed saint, boy blue eyes, hair like a drummer's brush. Ochre smudge of a face, narrow eyes, soft black hair, lace collar, and white press stud shoes. Sir, do you know some boy, he said there was a pole frough the North and South poles. Your arms ache where they drag on you. You set the rest of your class to read, and have the Cypriots out as a group. Ari Mustafa, whom you had hoped to use as an interpreter, you find speaks Turkish and can no more communicate with the Greeks than you can. You take a simple reading book with large colored pictures in it, and, from a slight knowledge of classical Greek, you identify such objects and ideas as you can for them: phi I lambda omicron, chi omega rho alpha, mu omicron nu sigma alpha, nu eta sigma omicron, lambda epsilon omega, lambda omicron y omicron, pi omicron lambda, rho omega, pi alpha tau epsilon rho, y epsilon nu epsilon. Phaedros and particularly Andreas are quick to pick up the words, and point to other objects and give them their Greek names in return for your giving their English ones, but the girl Nevin is shy, and you have great difficulty in persuading her to join in. At the end of the afternoon you feel very tired. You have tripled your Greek vocabulary. You catch a bus home. The next day it is raining. On going into your class you find a stranger there. You assume he is Mr. Mackenzie, though he does not introduce himself. He does not seem curious about the work you have been doing with his class. Mr. Coulter comes in to tell you that they have phoned from the office to tell you to go on to Wormwood Street Junior Boys' School. Mr. Coulter does not say goodbye to you, and you are over-polite to him. On your way out you see some more of your class, and you smile at them but do not stop to talk. In your A to Z you find that Wormwood Street is in the city, just to the south of Liverpool Street Station. You catch a bus to Finsbury Circus and walk through crowds of crow-dressed men and artificially colored office birds. It pleases you to walk slowly, to be going about something so totally different from these people. The school does not look like a school, it is scarcely distinguishable from the commercial buildings around it. Inside, you can hear a hymn being sung somewhere on the floors above, and an odd sleezing sound of traffic on the wet road outside. The school secretary seats you in the headmaster's room until assembly is over. He is a round, meaty man, the headmaster, when he comes. The school is a small one, and you are to take the single first-year class in place of a teacher who has been released for 2 days to attend a course. All boys. Superbly natural haircuts. Real. Perpetually grinning eyes, sky-jump nose, thin lips. Blacker than you would think possible, starred by teeth white as the weathered western face of Portland stone, eyes brown as Brazil nuts. Blue eyes, staring, postbox mouth, ears like open car doors. A new desk, hardly kicked. A worn dirty cushion upon which you feel unable to bring yourself to sit. Grey cupboards, pitted blackboard, no decoration at all on the walls except for a frayed canvas map of the world as Mercator projected it. A lean budgerigar in a rusting cage making untimely interruptions. The modern method, tables grouped in threes, so that some children have to turn their heads to face you. Should be grouped according to relative intelligence. You look round to try to see which is which. There is an art which can tell something of the mind's construction in the face. You set them to read, to start with, the opening gambit, unchanging. They are used to having a woman teacher, but they are not well disciplined. They begin to get on top of you. You must clamp down on them. You hit one of them. It is the wrong one to hit, he has a bad ear, the others tell you, in chorus, and you have hit it. He stares through the window to hide his tears from you, infinitely pathetic, for the rest of the lesson. You feel guilty, but suppress the feeling. It is an enormous effort. You worry about the boy, quietly, for the rest of the morning. You use eccentrically colored chalks, for relief. At lunchtime you do not stay in the staff room after you have eaten. You go back to your classroom and teach obscenities to the budgie. He does not learn, either. At the end of the day you are depressed. It is at such times that you feel the loss of Jenny most. Somehow, she represents the depression, is responsible for it in a basic but indirect way, but responsible in a way that you admit is not her fault. Paradox. At such times she should be here to solace you. You walk home despondently. The second day at Wormwood is worse. You despair of being able to teach. Even when you try to entertain you evoke little response from the boys. Yet you like them. You hate yourself. By midday the strain of being responsible for every child whose nose is bleeding is almost at breaking point. You are very glad and very tired when the end of the day comes and you leave Wormwood. They send you the next day, on the Friday, the last day of the first week, to Crane Grove Secondary, up past Highbury Corner, off the Holloway Road. The 5- and 6-story schools in this part stand above the 3-story streets like chaotic castellations. Dead cinemas and amuse-chal satin corners, abandoned. Only Arsenal Stadium, older looking in its outdated modernity than last century's houses, competes in height with the dark red brick, stone-dressed schools. Swart sleek diesels shaped as functionally as otters pass and repass solemnly between strips of houses at eaves level pulling trains of rust-stained wagons. You spend all day teaching simple English to the third-year classes, 14-year-olds who have very little interest in learning, they are waiting only to leave school. You try to arouse their interest by pointing out how basic a knowledge of at least English must be. One boy says he can read the racing, and that's enough for him. A mulatta, next to him, with negroid features, coffee-colored, frizzy hair tending towards fairness. They sit, large and awkward at the aluminium frame tables and chairs, men and women, physically, whom you are for today trying to help to teach to take places in a society you do not believe in which their values already prevail rather than yours. Most will be wives and husbands, some will be whores and ponces, it's all the same. Any who think will be unhappy, all who don't think will die. Even the lavatory Gothic of the Union Chapel in Compton Terrace cannot make you smile on your way back home, nor the glimpse of Barry's Holy Trinity in Cloudesley Square encourage you by a reminder that a good architect's early work may be poor. The end of the last day of the first week. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He must have seen her on the first day at college, but the earliest clear recollection that he had was of noticing as she passed in the corridor, once, the just too large and hooked nose, her only fault. He was pleased about this fault, for otherwise she was so very fine, a woman of 19, holding herself very squarely, with wide shoulders, long arms and legs which tapered subtly and gracefully, and breasts to just the right proportion. Dark-haired, she seemed proud, haughty and unattainable to him at first, and he hated her for being these to him, and was glad about her nose. She thought him arrogant, and sensed that he felt himself superior to the rest of their year. She noticed his neat suits, and that he always wore white shirts with stiff collars and unpatterned ties. This formality in his dress was counterpointed by an intellectual eccentricity which at first she resented, then admired, and finally came almost to worship. She found herself taking his side in defending the indefensible propositions and situations into which his originality of thought had taken him. And physically she felt he was her equal, right for her, big, hard, everything physically about him was big and hard. It grew between, love, of a kind, love, more in him than in her, but love, a good love, of its kind. He felt it as a desire to absorb her yet to become lost in her, for as long as he could see, for as long as he could feel, to merge with her, completely, utterly, achieve the completion of his self in her. She felt it as a triumph for herself, that she could win him, as she had recently failed to win a lover host to an incurable crippling disease, as a temporary and transitional absorption in which she could destroy the image of this former love. It was created, fostered, nurtured, cultured, maintained by the situation, this love, by the being together within college, each day. For him, it had as great an existence outside, too. For her, it had a place, but a small place, in the background when she was at home with her parents. He was used by it, she used it, this love between. He had talked with her about architecture, had given some of his enthusiasm for it to her, and had one day invited her to a lecture on modern architecture at the ICA. The first time alone together, he and she, having always before been in the company of other people at college. He was nervous, and talked too much and too quickly. She listened, too conscious of wanting to hear, and tried to make him feel easier. But by the end of the evening it was warm and good between them. He walked with her, she walked with him, along Piccadilly, down Lower Regent Street, through the Palladian Greek vista formed by Smirke's Royal College of Physicians, Wilkins National Gallery, and Gibbs St. Martin's in the Fields. Then he showed her Hungerford Lane, under the RSJS, past the doorways of arch lockups, the several smells of various different storages, and the roofline through the gap up to the right like a random clerestory mullionied by fire escapes and black leaning stacks, and where he would have kissed her, there in the wine-dark shadows beneath the groined arches before they turned out through the garage into Villers Street, but for his need to do so anti-romantically, to prove it, the romance, the love. So he waited until they were in the well-lit vaulted approaches to the footpath of Hungerford Bridge, and then in the middle of a sentence he stopped and turned her towards him, and she was waiting for him and ready, and he kissed her and then moved his head to kiss her neck, and she put down her handbag and held him to her, and he kissed her fully and felt her lips grow warm and new, and gently used his tongue as he ended the kiss to tell her more of him, and when she felt him leave go of her she felt she knew his body already, hard and solid, big and hard, and he felt he knew her body already, as well, warm and pliant, smooth and warm. And he and she had linked arms tightly and naturally and walked off across the bridge in step, his body and her body complementary, to Waterloo, where she was to catch a train to her home in Sutton. He made her miss one train to catch a later one, then she made him wait for her while she missed the next one, and finally she caught her last train that night, he saw her onto her last train that night. "There will be other times," she said, "Jenny." "All the other times in the world," he said, "Albert." Asterisk 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 asterisk. We see much more of each other now. At about the same time as I moved up to the Angel, Terry's wife Janine left him and he came back to live with his parents in Clerkenwell. We have an odd sort of reluctant friendship in which each of us depends on the other for things the other does not really know he is giving. Physically, we are very disparate, but we think the same way about many things, and we were both London kids. We go out fairly late, after 9, say, and have a few drinks, and then after they close we go searching for various places which stay open all night. Most usually we head down City Road, then sharp left at Old Street Station, bear right into Great Eastern Street and Commercial Street, down to Whitechapel. Sometimes we stop there at Aldgate for cockles or prawns at Tubby Isaac's, but more often we will go straight on down to Cable Street, and Terry will park this Fiat he runs in Well-Close Square. Visually, architecturally, Cable Street, Cablestrasse, the Strasse, at night excites us. Everywhere we go in this part of Stepney there are Georgian facades in all stages of repair, from the one beautifully kept house in Well-Close Square to others with skeletal dormers from which the lead and boards have been stripped. There are bomb derelict warehouses, too, one with a thick first-story drawbridge suspended from chains above a gulf. But we really come down Cable Street because of the all-night cafes, because there we can always be sure of something going on that may possibly help to distract us. We can, most of all, be sure of no one interfering with us. We can just stand or sit in any of the cafes, and talk, and look. There must be cafes for 10 or a dozen nationalities: Maltese, West Indians, Somalis, West Africans, Turkish and Greek Cypriots, and so on, and we usually go in a West Indian or a Somali one. There's always a jukebox with their own pop music in it. One particular one we like has a dice game on the ground floor and a club underneath it. Another has a football game we can play for sixpence. The Strasse has a reputation for all sorts of vice, but we never see much, and would be disappointed if we were merely tourists seeking it. No, Cable Street for us is a place to come to remind us that other people are suffering life when most of London seems dead. It is, too, a place for outcasts, misfits, where we feel something in common, however else we differ. Mostly we talk about women, and mostly about this cow Janine who's done Terry down, as Jenny did me down. This is the chief bond between us, as we have this need to talk and equally as we have this need to listen. But we also talk about teaching, for instance, for he still teaches over at some grammar at Sidcup near where he used to live with her. We compare his experience with mine, so totally dissimilar though we teach only a few miles apart. And we talk about how education is so desperately old-fashioned, of such very low productivity, and of the waste, and of the ineffectual cosiness of our colleagues, of the other teachers, and of what we would ideally do in education. This breeds such frustration in us that in revolt, in desperation almost, we become like delinquent teachers in going to places like the Strasse and doing various other things, or thinking about doing them, which would blight our laughable teaching careers if they were known. Anyway, we talk, we listen and watch, several nights a week. And I'll suddenly want to see some building or other, and off we will go in the Fiat, Terry talking perhaps, me listening and looking at the architecture on the way, or playing solo pontoon with car numbers. That's how it so often is. I'll say I want to see Wren's Observatory at Greenwich Park again, and we go, to find the park is shut at that time of night, but we have a marvelous prospect across London by night. And to all sorts of other places we go on these night journeys, for all sorts of reasons, or non-reasons, or for no reasons, having coffee occasionally at anywhere we happen to find open, to save the loneliness, the oneness, of being in bed alone at night, for each of us. There is a very good Greek Cypriot place about equidistant from Terry's and mine, up the Liverpool Road, and we often end up there. Georgia seems to have a different waitress every time we go in, they get the sack if they won't sleep with him. They're never Cypriot girls, either, and we kid him about this, saying they all go about in total black as soon as they're 16, as though in mourning for a lost innocence. Georgia's place has a steep flight of wooden steps down to it from the street, covered by an awning, and the outside walls have a vitriolite crazy mosaic all over them, shiny pastel colors and black. Inside, the walls have murals which incongruously incorporate the room's projections and abutments. Terry thinks they picture something like a decadent 19th century Bari. I don't quite know what he means by this, as with a number of his remarks, they, like himself, are sort of offset to reality, as mine are, too, but it's a different offset. Anyway, one of the noble heads reminds me of Robert Graves, and there are Norman-type castles, and some blocks of what look like modern flats but which might equally be Roman insulae. Georgia sells marvelous Turkish coffee, and great shish kebab flat, floury envelopes of bread stuffed with spitted veal, chopped onion, parsley, and tomato, with a segment of lemon to squeeze into it. We usually, almost as a ritual, have a coffee and a kebab each, and play the jukebox, which has mostly Greek popular music in it. Sometimes we will also have a paklava, or a katafi, or a gelato porco, to finish with, and play on the fruit machines Georgia has in the little barrel-vaulted room which forms a crosspiece to the longer shape of the main one. Aarayeti okoros kosmos it warns, and perhaps fortunately we rarely feel like dancing anyway. The curtains of the window beside the counter are always left undrawn to reveal a section of the wooden steps outside. This is George's private leg show, to which he is very partial. So there we sit, Terry and I, in this 18th century cellar, while the smart hairy Cypriot boys preen and look arrogantly in the mirrors, Londoners like us. And we talk, 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 talk. As though it could make some difference. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You all must have been told about God in previous RI lessons with your own teacher. You must have talked about God as though it was certain that he existed, as though his existence was a fact. I want this morning briefly not to question the existence of God. The law wouldn't approve of my doing that in any case in this classroom, but I do want to ask some questions about a few of the things which follow from accepting, as we do, of course, in this classroom, that there is a God. You have all been taught, for instance, that God is good, that God is love, yet from your own experience, limited as it is to your own 12 or 13 years of life, you must all have seen that this is hardly likely to be true, or, if it is true at all, true only in a very special and in a very limited way. How can you think that God is good when you learn in history lessons about terrible wars which have killed thousands of people, and made thousands more, and even millions more, suffer? Some of which wars, like the Crusades, have been undertaken in God's name? If God created everything, must he not then have created war, as well? And disease, too, and suffering, and death, and poverty, and all the unpleasant things in the world? Can such a God be called good, then? Can such a God be called the God of love? Perhaps only when he is being good, perhaps only when he is being loving. You have been told, too, that he is a God who knows everything. Omniscient is the word we use to mean knows everything, omniscient, it's a Latin word. I'll put it on the board. But does God know everything? Everything. Does he really? Everything that's going on, everything that there is? Does he know, for instance, how many specks of chalk dust there are on the board? Or in this classroom? Or in the school? Or in the whole world? And why should he be interested, anyway, in how many specks of chalk dust there are? All these are really questions about what sort of a God he is, then, assuming, as we do, that he does exist, they are questions about what we can know about him. Is there any reason why he should not be a bad God, for instance, an evil God, if he made all the evil things in the world too? Do you think that he might actually have made a mess of creating the world, and that the bad things were mistakes he couldn't put right? Even if he was capable of thinking up the idea of creating the world, does that mean as well that he was capable of actually doing it? What if he saw that he'd bitten off more than he could chew, and then just gave up the world as a bad job or a bad joke and went off to try to do better somewhere else? Yet if he is capable of better, why didn't he do it on earth? Perhaps some of you know how, if you make a bad job of something, then you hate it and everything connected with it. Is that how God feels about us, and about the world? And has he just deserted us, left us to get on as best we can in his mess? Has he just gone away? Gone off in disgust, perhaps, if not in hatred, to somewhere else, just not interested any more in us? Or perhaps he is dead. How do we know that he couldn't die, that he didn't die, that he couldn't be dead? You cannot, I cannot, no one can know, truly know, the answers to these questions. What is certain is that you are here on this earth and that there are some good things and some bad things, and that you enjoy the good things and that you suffer the bad things. This is what is called the human predicament, or the human condition, or the human situation. Predicament, condition, and situation, in this case are all words which mean something like fix, jam, awkward position. And being human as you all are means that you are in this awkward fix of enjoying the good things whilst at the same time having to suffer the bad things, whether or not anyone or any God created it. Whether or not, remember, whether or not. Faced with this human situation, then, what do you do? What can you do? The main thing is to behave with dignity. Dignity, human dignity is your greatest refuge, your greatest comfort. Accept the human situation, Do not go blaming the bad things onto God, or, equally, thanking Him for the good things. Accept that fire burns you and that stone is hard when you run up against, come into contact with, either of them. Accept that that other people are treacherous to you and hurt you, and remember that fire is good for warmth, for instance, and pavements for walking on, and other people, often the same people, are also kind and warm and loving sometimes. You can accept it all with dignity, the greatest, the most godlike, of all human qualities. You can accept responsibility for everything, but absolutely everything, that happens to you, for who else is there to do so? And call nothing human, inhuman. This man in the papers who cut up his wife and sent her in bits through the post to her relatives, for instance, is not inhuman. How could his actions, being those of a human being, be called inhuman? They are encompassed by humanity, they even have a comic side to them, and the comic goes a long way towards making up for anything. He did no harm to you, did he, nor to me? What unthinking people mean by calling him inhuman is really that he offended against the best in humanity, that he failed to achieve the good, the best, of which humanity is capable. But he's still a human being, in the same condition as you are, in the same condition as I am. He lost his dignity, you could say of him and of his actions. He could not accept the suffering with dignity, and that is perhaps the lowest state of humanity, that is certainly a crime against humankind. In the end, all you are left with is the dignity of humankind. You have heard me ask a great many questions this morning, and heard me give one answer. You must go away and think about what I have said for yourselves. Some of my questions may seem silly to you, some may not even seem to be real questions at all, to you. What you must not do is to think that these are real questions and yet still think you know anything about God. In other words, don't let there be a difference between what you believe because you have been told it, and what you have seen and felt for yourselves. Whether you decide there is or is not a God, or whether you refuse to decide, face up to being human, to being in the human predicament, and accept with dignity everything, but everything, that happens to you in any way whatsoever. And think, tomorrow morning when you're singing the hymn in assembly, think what the words mean, and whether you believe them to be true, and, if you do not believe them to be true, then think why you are singing them. Asterisk 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 asterisk. They had had to walk on the third day, but by then they had arrived. To Fishguard it had been easy, a lucky straight hitch, and then the boat to Cork with the nights loving and sleeping in a cabin that was like their first home, transitory as it was, then walking through the cold morning city, and 3 lifts to Tralee by way of Macroom and Killarney, and finally, on that third day, the walking north after a bus to Dingle. They had had rain about 3 o'clock, when they were walking along an unmetalled road parallel to the sea. There had been mountains like hooded fathers rising to their south, and a sea like tarnished hammered pewter in Brandon Bay to their north. This had been the first rain they had had on the whole journey from London, and they felt that to complain about it would have been ungrateful. Lead underbellied clouds had come from the northwest, had cut off up to the haunches the purple mountains and had foreshortened the horizon. They had brought umbrellas, firstly as a gimmick for lifts, but then they had been glad to use them seriously. They had decided that it would be as well to pitch their tent at the first place suitable, because of the set-in rain, rather than go on farther eastwards as they had at first intended. They had come down a path towards a loch and had turned inland along it. Everywhere the land had been sodden and marshy, with peat digs here and there. They had walked about a mile alongside the loch without finding a large enough area of firm grass, drinking water from the bitter loch to ease unusual thirsts, before they had decided to turn back towards the sea. A stream had led out of the loch, down through striated rocks, and amongst these rocks they had found a small area of thick, close grass, green as spring, as unexpected as if it had been a hotel, and more welcome, where they had set their camp. When they were warm and comfortable they had realized that their love had come through its most severe trying yet, that miserable walk in the heavy rain with no knowledge of where they would that night sleep. The lower slopes of the mountains at their backs had been enforested, the regular patterns of the plantations counterpointing the wildness of the summit's outlines against the sky. From the skin of earth and grass had protruded enormous rock outcrops, red like contusions when the sun in the evening had fallen upon them. They had spent 6 days at this place, which had no name on their maps, but they had called it Balji, for no reason other than that it had come to them, Balji. They had built a kitchen area protected by rocks, and dug a pit in which to bury their detritus, and had defined an area where they could comfortably and civilizedly defecate, and had found a thicket where they could collect wood for a fire. Gneiss had been exposed in 2 great slabs at acute angles, the fault cut wider by the stream, the sides showing glacial striation. They had sketched the mountains, and had talked, had cooked, and eaten enormous meals, and had never been as close. They had designed and drawn a house to be built for them over the stream, founded on the gneiss, inspired by Frank Lloyd Wright but more beautiful than his falling water, they had thought, and they had called it above the fault. On the 9th day they had left their Balji, regretfully, and had walked eastwards to Tralee, 20 miles in that one day, on that warm day, and with heavy packs, and this journey and its physical exhaustion had drawn them the closest they were ever to be, for its length. Well before they had reached London they had both known that they had passed the pitch of their loving. 3. Development. The fight. One day of last term I had a fight with a second-year boy. Quiet by accident I threw a stone and caught him on his head. I at once apologized, but this wasn't enough for him. He struck me, I hit back and hurt my fist. After the fight was over I went down the hospital and had a broken finger, my arm was put in plaster. And next day the boy laughed at me, so I hit him on the head with my plaster and squirted ink from my pen onto his face and went to my form room and I was sent to Mr. Harrison and he made us be friends, and from that day on we were friends. Next day we had a friendly fight and I busted his nose. Fin. A night out. The night was cold, with slight patches of fog or mist surrounding the city. As the night drew on, rime formed on the back street roads. There was too much traffic on the main roads for frost to form. My friend Jim and I went for a ride on a bus to New Oxford Street. After looking in the shop windows we went round to the Moulin Rouge. It was not open, so we went for a walk around the back streets, such as Drury Lane and Grape Street. After walking back to Bloomsbury Square we got on a bus. In this 3 Greeks or Italians were sitting next to 2 girls. One turned round and licked his lips. I don't know what he meant, but when most of the people had left he started kissing her. When we got off I got a dirty look from one of the men. I think it was because I kept on looking at them in the bus. We saw that same woman with another man a few nights later and I made my own conclusion from that. She was a prostitute. Many people do those sort of things, just for a kick, and it is on the increase. Now, instead of the girls walking the street, they stand on doorsteps, or the doors of nightclubs, some even stand on their own step. Most people who do those things are between 20 and 40. Teenagers do it for nothing. What a scrap. One day as my mates and I were coming home from a long game of football we all stopped to buy an ice cream. As we waited our turn at the van we saw some toughs walking towards us. Mind out the way so we can get our ice creams first, they said. Why should we all said. And in reply they said because we said so. Oh, move along you bunch of jungle bunnies, as most of them were darkies. The ice cream man laughed at this remark. What did you call us? They said. Jungle bunnies, we answered. You ought to get your ear holes cleaned. You might be able to hear better. As soon as we had said this the toughs charged us. I landed a punch on an on-running darky which made his nose even more flat. I then turned round to see how my mates were getting on. They were doing okay as I see one punch one of the toughs in the eye. The bundle went on for quite a while. All the time the ice cream man was laughing his head off. What do you think you're laughing at? I said. At that moment everybody stopped fighting. We all started throwing stones and anything in hand's reach. We then after made friends with the toughs. The killer master. On the first day back from the holidays we had a new French teacher. He had a sort of a dull look with specs hanging over his nose. When he first took us for French I hated his guts. He set lots of homework, and if he did not get the homework he had a size 10 slipper with which he applied maximum pain. When he was putting work on the blackboard for us to do we used to fire ink pellets at his back. At the end of the lesson his back was covered in ink. For this he called us all back one night and asked who fired them. A deadly hush fell over the class as he walked up and down the gangways. Suddenly the boy behind me said something to the boy next to him. The master in a deadly rage got hold of the boy by his hair, and dragged him to the front of the class where he brutally hit him. The boy fell to the floor moaning, then master kicked him. The class by then were shouting their heads off. With that he walked out of the class and that was the last we ever saw of him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 2. The development of the Gothic style seen as an imminent process. The improvement of Romanesque Groenvalds came about as a result of a rational consideration of the geometric construction of the arches and the surfaces of the cells. The building technique employed, that is, the centering, their statics, both during and after construction, and also the economic problems which they presented. But all these considerations always went hand in hand with the aim of producing an aesthetically satisfying result. The changes had no thing to do with the crusadas, which began only later, or with the liturgy, or with philosophy. The architects were intent simply upon making necessary improvements. As far as can be reconstructed, this was a process of trial and error, which led to the replacement of diagonal, wooden centering arches by the stone cinder permanent. That is the rib. Here, the question must indeed have arisen as to whether the architectural patrons of this time, the clergy, were in agreement with the introduction of this innovation, but this case can be ignored for the moment. The development, which was described in the first part of this book, shows that the rib vault, in its turn, was further improved by a combination of rational considerations and aesthetic criticism, which resulted in the introduction of pointed arches, first over the four sides of each bay, and finally in the diagonals also. This process, too, was an immanent, or an internal one. Just as master masons did not determine the form of the liturgy or indulge in metaphysics, so the clergy did not build scaffolding, or draw designs for arches or for the profiles of ribs. These are different spheres, and jobs, requiring special skills, and it need hardly be said that no amount of knowledge of metaphysics can help one to build a rib vault, and that on the other hand the ability of an architect to build a vault cannot help him to decide whether, no, but I will do, General. Then he came round to my place and damn, knew I shouldn't. What my dad is, I mean, he have started another SEC. Wouldn't. Bloody sharp on the raw brakes here. Not a minute. Then I thought it over all the week. Would be, just went in easy. Like, and get out. Out? What do you mean by coming into my class and making such a hell of a row? Get out and line up outside, and be dead quiet until I tell you to come in. Dead quiet. Do you understand? Albil ave go if ease. Go in be like this all the time, il ave go. He's got ead on I'm like. A side of bacon, Annie? I said quiet. Quiet. You. What was that about? Bacon. Nothing. Well, whatever it was. Keep it for later. Albert's got new suedes. On. Cor, dig them brothel. Creepers. Marvelous phrase. Try not to laugh. That's enough? No, but I will do. Right, you, once more. And you'll get thumped. You ain't allowed to it. Kids. And you're not allowed to talk when I tell you not to. You break rules, and then so. Shall I? Perfect answer. But works. Only once, usually. Next. Time. Right. Now file in. Quietly and sit down. Out talking. No, but I will do. Stupid truculence. Have to. Hit him now. All right, little one. Come out here. You did hear me say no talking, didn't you? Eyes narrowly, skin very white, hands just like trot. Ters and dirty, nicotine. Stained. I asked you a question. Did you hear me say no talking? No, but I w. Oh. You ain't supposed to it kids on. The EAD. All violence rebounds on society. He'll take it out on another kid. Or on some thing. Just go and sit down. And don't let me hear an other word from you unless I ask for it. And what's your name? What's your name? Langley. Langley. But what hurt did I just now pass on? It must stop somewhere, but why with me? Or is there a constant quantity of violence in the il ave to go, then world, continually circulate them suades and all, the lot. Ing. Right, settle down, I know it's the last lesson of the day and you can't wait. Nor can I, for that matter, to get home, but first you're going to listen very carefully to a geology lesson. What's geology? Langley. Anyone else? It's to do with dirt and stones and stuff like that. Yes, that's nearly right. Geology is the study of earth and stones and every thing that goes to make up the world except for the living things like plants and animals and ourselves. Have you learned anything about this subject before? No. No. Don't want to now. No. Not in geography lay. Sons. Nothing at all. Thick. Or resentful. And can't get any response to day. Either. Haven't tried. Very hard. Guilt. But tired. Ness. C stream, 2, Christ. Knows what the H stream. Then I'll have to start. Must be like. Right from the beginning. You all know what stone is. Even that assuming too. And that there are different. Much. Cynical sorts of stone you can see. That in the houses you live in, there's the slate on the roof, and the stone of the window dills and the door. More likely coade round step, and some of you may here, or some other compo, have marble mantel pieces. Scission. And the bricks are made of clay, which is really very tiny pieces of stone mixed Up with other things that I'll tell you about in due course. Coal is yet another kind of stone. All these different sorts of stones came from underneath the ground, that is, from underneath the grass and earth. In some places the stone sticks out of the earth and only has to be cut or broken off to be used, but in other places men have to dig or quarry for it. Anyone seen a quarry when they've been on holiday in the country? Nothing. This class is a nothing. No. Well, next time you do go out of London, keep your eyes open for quarries. Anyway, when you and I'm a nothing teacher look at the country, you see that most of it is covered with grass and soil. But this is only a thin topcoat, like the skin on a rice pudding, say, while underneath lies rock, solid rock. Give me that rice pudding rock, daddy-o. Quick enough when they want to be. Then the teaching has been at fault. Mine must not be. Right, joke over. In geography you must have been told of all the different kinds of countryside there are in Great Britain: mountains, barren heaths, uplands, wide fertile plains. And the importance of geology is that each of these sentence getting tortuous regions, and the others. The reason why each region is different from the others is because of the different kind of rock or stone which lies underneath the soil. Where there is soil, that is too simple for 14-year-olds. Can't be if they've never done any before. Constant problem. Now, geology is a science, and in the sciences, one of our chief methods of going about things is by classification. That is to say, we put things in order, we make them tidy, by grouping them into their different Aristotle kinds. Take out your rough notebooks, and copy down the following different sorts or classes of rocks. They don't like that. Means they'll have to work. And you can do it without talking. How I hate this perpetual nagging. 90% of teaching is nagging. One won't have a pencil. Mr. Albert, I need a new rough book. Thick, virginal, sensuous pile of new books. A small pleasure. Here. Now, has everyone got a pencil? Or something with which to write? Amazing. Now what to say? Next, no respite. Put the heading geology just as I'm spelling it on the board. Now, different sorts of stone have different ages. And I'm going to start with the oldest. The earth was once a ball of flame, its surface a mass of material so hot that we can hardly imagine it. The sun is like this today, and the center of the earth is, too. The heat was so great that it melted. How does he know about the sun and the middle of? True, how do I bloody well? The earth? Has he been there? No. Might have been a ball of shit for all I know, a ball of stinking shit. So you don't have to believe in any the rocks so that thing to teach it. Just be quiet and listen, for the moment, and you'll have a chance to ask questions later. To which I shall be pleased to invent answers. Now, this heat was so enormous that it melted the rocks, it made them so hot that they flowed like water. You've all seen solder when it's melted, the way it flows. Well, that's what happened to the rocks of the earth, in the beginning. Biblical. And who said that was the beginning anyway? Now, those rocks which were melted in this way are the oldest, and as they gradually cooled they set into shapes that these rocks we call igneous rocks, the oldest ones that were once very hot, in the beginning. Us is a word which means fiery. So copy down this word igneous and the number ver1 against it. This is the first class of rocks, the igneous rocks, which were formed by great heat many millions of years ago, about 5,000 million years ago, scientists seem to think. So copy all this down, now. It's about bloody time they gave us something less primitive than blackboard and chalk. Right, Langley, why are you talking again? As soon as my back is turned, you talk. I ought to clobber him again. They'll think I'm weak if I don't, but don't want to hit him. So shanty. Just get on with what you were told to do. How far have you got? Get on with it. Igneous, igneous, rocks. You haven't done much. Soft, starched collar, bit 10 nails, squat. You haven't even Ted. And got no pencil. Hair fine, saffron mist. I asked 10 minutes ago. Next guard. Whether you all had some thing to write with. Go out and get one from my desk. Why can't you get on? Laziness. Eyes like grapes, mouth a melon segment. Il avait go. What was that? I'll avait go to the toilet. Please, sir, Mr. Albert. No. Wait. They always ask twice if they really want to. Now, have you all done that? Come on then. Now what makes igneous rocks different from the other sorts? How can you specially tell? Well, first of all, igneous rocks are very hard indeed. And they are often shiny, as well. If you break a piece and look at a surface that has not been made dull by the weather, this is because igneous rocks are made up of crystals, which are shiny themselves, lots of crystals of all different sizes. The sorts of crystals in each different igneous rock. Doubt if anyone is following my fault. Know what I want to say, but haven't prepared the lesson well enough to say it effectively. Guilt. But if all my spare time spent preparing lessons shouldn't have time for signing, and I am after all an architect, not a teacher. Make the difference a creator, not a passer on between each sort. That is, some have crystals like spar, mica, or quartz. Useless. Abandon it. Right now. I've given you 2 ways you can tell igneous rocks. They're very hard, and they're shiny when you break them. Now, who can tell me the name of an igneous rock? Come on. Think. Sarfend rock. Quite funny. And your name? Name. Gloria Stenning. Please don't speak again unless you put up your hand and are asked to speak. Bathos. Stock response. Just bloody ludicrous. They should have laughed more. Don't tell you how to teach a class like this. At least they tell you it is ultimately the head's responsibility. You can go to him. But what if the head doesn't give a damn? Didn't back my authority yesterday when I sent a boy to him. No, but I will do. Langley again. This must be a stock phrase, one he trots out hopefully. Perhaps it once made kids laugh. Once. In 20 times it will be hilarious, that's the time. That once, I've got to watch out for. Friend Langley. The shock approach. Stuff it. Oh, Mr. Albert sir. Oh. You try? No, but I will do. Oh, and he's supposed to be a teacher, too. Not supposed to be human. If you're a teacher. Lesson appalling. For Chris' sake pull it together. Right? If you don't settle down and listen you'll find yourselves here after school until 6 o'clock. The only sanction that may have some effect. You can't keep kids in more than half an hour. It's a rule. The LCC says so. The bastards know it all. Can't I keep you in? Just watch me. And I've already explained that if you break rules, then so shall I. Some effect. Now, igneous rocks. I asked you if you knew the names of any rocks which were very hard and shiny. Sir? Indian, thin face, oiled hair, intelligent eyes. Yes. Is one of them granite? Sir? Yes, indeed, granite is one of them. That's the one. I was hoping most of you would know. What's your name? Navin Bhatia, sir. Very good, Bhatia. How many of you others had heard of granite? Come on. Don't be lazy, put your hands up if you'd ever heard the word before. A dozen of them. I'm surprised at you not having heard of granite before, Langley. After all, your head's made of it? Ha. Ha. Sarcasm, least effective and most vicious weapon, they tell you. But least easy to avoid, and most enjoyable. Well, those of you who had heard of granite now know that it is a rock formed by intense heat many millions of years ago. You can see granite very often in London, because many buildings, especially big public buildings like banks and some offices, are faced with it. That is, a thin layer of granite is used to cover the brick or nowadays Pharaoh illegitimately form should concrete structure we call, be honest, should be Han. This thin facing layer estly exposed lar. Granite can be polished to a very high, shiny, that is, finish, and it is found in many different colors. In some places it is almost white, in others it is all shades of gray, green, a kind of blue, pink, deep red, brown and black. There's a particularly lovely grey blue one which comes from Myanmar in North Wales, which is irrelevant. Another place you can often see granite in all sorts of different colors is in cemeteries, where, because it is here. You been wandering round any cemeteries lately? My dad just add wood. He's right orphan. Ignore. Louder. Because granite is such a very hard stone, I suppose. People think their names cut in it will last that much longer. Bloody stupid remark. Must go over and see Zulf and his fearful cemetery this week. But granite is not the only igneous rock, though it is the most commonly used one. Definite evidence for that remark? None. Never mind. There are some places on where the crystals that go to make up igneous rocks are found in more or less pure states, where you get layers or seams or strata of almost pure quartz, or feldspa or mica. Then, too, there are different impurities which give you different sorts of igneous rock. Two of these other sorts are basalt and gneiss. Basalt and gneiss, spelled like basil is nice. I'll get that fucking kid and beat. No, I won't. Name. What's your orange sweater over? Name. You. I know it was grown it, flopping hair, on you. And stand up. Name. Washed look, twists lips. Stenning. You can't hold your tongue any more than your female namesake over here. What a bloody stupid, tried. Can you? Ready-made euphemism. She's my sister. You don't look like twins. We're not twins. Oh. Two in the same year? Have to be bloody quick off the mark to get two in the same year. Must have been got at. Don't make stupid remarks. As soon as she'd had the first stenning, or you'll find your self in trouble. Ha ha ha. Pointless threat. Deserved derision. Just look at them. Threateningly. Basalt and gneiss. This G is silent as in gnat. So now we know three igneous gneiss, all of which were formed by the action of heat at a very early stage in the Earth's history. Sheer bloody repetition of teaching gets me. Once I've learned something, I want to go on, I want to build on it. Granite is the only one used widely as a building material. In an unpolished state, it is used for curbs and gutters. The curbs and gutters of the street outside are made of granite. Basalt is often too hard to use for building, and is chiefly known for the spectacular, is it? Natural effects it creates. At the Giant's Causeway in Northern Ireland, for instance, and at Fingal's Cave on the island of Staffa in Scotland. Anyone ever been to either of these places? No. The composer Mendelssohn wrote a well-known piece of music, an overture, called After Fin Gal's Cave. Perhaps I'll play a record of it to you in a music lesson when we next have one. Well, as the basalt in these places cooled, it split into interesting shapes, regular shapes, into hexag, into six-sided columns. Gneiss is hardly used at all in building, mainly because it is laminated or foliated. That is, it is made up of thin layers which fairly, easily split apart. Not that it isn't hard, however, for it is, but its strength lies only one way. You could build a house on gneiss, however, if above the fault, falling, the layers went the right water, bulgy, Jenny, oh, way. Jenny. Now, I happen to have with me a piece of gneiss that I brought back with me from the west of Ireland. And I'm going to pass it round the class now so that you can see what it looks like. This was part of a huge outcrop of gneiss, and I knocked this piece off it as a sort of souvenir, you might say. Always knocked off some ice. Quiet. Quiet. When it comes to you, feel how hard it is, and you can see the crystals glinting in it, and you can see the layers as well. You won't be able to split any off, though, as the piece is too small to get enough leverage on it. Right, until the piece comes to you, get on with writing down from the board these 3 types of igneous rock, and against each one write down what you can remember of what I've said about it, which isn't much, but a respite for me. Sit down. We came back from collecting wood, yes, dragging branches over the peat and turf, and reached our place by the fault just after rain began, laughing as we ran the last stretch, and fell inside the spread entrance of the tent. Soft filtered light, unnaturally green through the light canvas. Out of breath, leaving the firewood out in the rain, and we made love, beautifully, suddenly. Remember Jenny's almost closed eyes and the half caught intense sounds she made, and the way she held me within her, and the way I surpassed myself in pleasing her, and she, me. And, oh God, we ran out naked as we were into the rain and down into the deep pool below the fault, and swam the 4.5 strokes. There were room for again, and oh God, how every thought of Jenny hurts, how such pleasure has now become such pain in the remembering, yet is still pleasure, the greatest I know, but I will do ever, the pleasure and the pain inextricably together, shouting and holding each other, so close, and running around in the rain, laughing that we would dry shush ourselves, and seeing need albelir you ing once more, and making not Imes miles love again, this time on that away just yielding bed of grass. He's got that dozy look, this time laughing where the other was serious, this time lingering and drawn where the first was swift and compulsive, this time so dreamy albi conscious, civilized, where the first was natural, uncontrolled, this time so lastingly satisfying where the first was immediately fulfilling. Ah, Jenny, oh God, God. Ma family. You been. God. My love, that's it, my. Sayin' things about ma family. Love, you can never go back. I'll get you, just you. That high, yet how I miss it. Wait. The love. Singular, only. Watch it, cocker, or. Only one, the love, the love. You'll be even a visit from Not so much her, Jenny, but the core. The love, for there were. I'm terrified. Were there, bad things? Read it out to ER. Weren't there, about her eye? No, shush, Albert'll see. Don't miss. But do I, were it? They part of the love? They. I don't care. He wouldn't. Must have been, yes, all part. Get it off me anyway. Of the love, part of the pain. The core. And the pleasure and the. Go on, read it, and it. Joy, the joyous in the rain. Funny. And the suffering. Bloody noise. What the hell do you mean by making so much noise? Silence. You, there. What's on that piece of paper that you find so irresistibly funny? Up, get it? Up, certainly, God. A stand on, no bloody one. Der. Oh, Alby's got lead in. Is pencil. Give it to me. Girl, my grip is a hun. Dread times yours, so don't struggle. Give it to give me that piece of paper. Thank you. Jeanette Parsons, 3C. When I was young I had no sense. I took a girl behind the fence. I gave her a shilling. She was willing. I gave her a pound. She laid on the ground. I gave her a spack. She opened her prat and there I planted my Union Jack. Not even funny. Except about the flag. Very few spelling errors, though. Kind of you to put your name on it, Jeanette Par. Sons. I suppose you're proud of it, are you? Stand up. Bottle red, good teeth. Not wearing bra. Not the same girl I took it from. And the girl who was reading this? What's your name? Lily Stanley. Hooked nose, thin hair. Eyes watering. Don't know how some parents can name so badly. Repeating terminal sounds. Well, Jeanette Parsons and Lily Stanley, I shall report this affair to the head master, who will do fuck all about. Oh, I'm frightened. It? Just shut up. Now, has everyone looked at the piece of nice? The stone I sent round? Who's got? Who has it at the moment? Here. I was a silly bastard to let these thieving sods get their hands on it. I asked a question. Who has the stone I sent round? Not bloody funny, that stone is practically the only thing I have tangible of Jenny. She hardly ever wrote me letters. There was no occasion to. We saw each other so often. Please don't let's play games like little children. Children's games. Who's got my stone? Albert's got his art up. Just for his bleedin' stone. Right? I'm just not messing about with children. And I certainly don't want to punish the infant. Not fucking much. Who is playing games? I'm going outside the door for just long enough for some one to bring out the stone and put it on my desk. If it's not there when I come back, then we're in for a long SES. Zion tonight. I doubt if any of you will get home before dark. You'll miss a lovely summer's evening. Unless my stone is on that desk within 1 minute from now. Cold, just as they say, anger. Jenny's stone, my stone. From Balji, nice she kept on calling it, nice. Niece, so sweetly the words became a poem, for me, a love poem, and the piece broken for the two of us. One part each, for her, for me, a mistake to break it, a mistake, a symbol, a symbolic mistake, like so many others. All the others. What will I do if they don't give it back? They'll certainly be kept in. But I want to get off myself very smartly. Tonight to see Terry. I could search them all. Not the girls. That means I would have to call in a woman teacher. No. Oh, the BAS. Tards. Give them 20 seconds. More. Right? The repetitious right or wrong. Thank the Christ, it's there, covered in ink, but there. Wipe it carefully with blotting paper, I must wash it when I get home, salve it. Though wash off her touch. Kiss, on my stone, our stone. The only stone, the only thing I have left, my Jenny. Stone. They're all expecting me to make some comment. The bastards, the waste. Snap. Igneous rocks in Great Britain are mainly found in the Highlands of Scotland, the Lake District, North Wales, and in the moorland areas of Devon and Cornwall. Thus these areas represent geologically the oldest parts of the country, as far as we can tell. But long after the formation of these rocks the world became very cold. Why, we don't really know, and large parts of it were covered with ice, great ice sheets and huge glaciers. Glaciers are great masses of ice which fill whole valleys and move slowly towards the sea. Now, all except the southern part of Britain was covered in ice at this time. It was about 1,000,000 years ago, and is called the Pleistocene Age, but not London, that is, the ice. The Pleistocene Age? I shall belt that bastard as stopped some miles hard as I can round the ear north of London, and has enjoyably thus not affected the nature of the country as it has in the areas which were covered with ice. Yes. You were going to call me something to address me? What you got such a temper for, then? Oh. Two of them. All you have to do at the moment is to listen. Then you don't get hurt. This ice had several effects. For one, it was of such enormous weight that it ground down everything beneath it, and there were often mountains covered by it, that is, it was often so deep that it covered even mountains. And it carried south with it all sorts of rocks from the northern parts from which it came. In this way, you will find igneous rock, often large boulders, in areas where the underlying rock is not igneous at all. In some areas, these boulders have often been used for building in Wiltshire, for instance, which is mainly chalk. Though there the boulders are of sandstone and are not igneous. They are called sarsens, or, sometimes, greywathers, and stone henge, for instance, is made of them. The word sarsen means, is the same as Sarah sen, and was used for many sorts of stranger or for einer, Thus sarsens are strange boulders, ones which are out of place, are not at home, in the place where myself, a sarsen amongst they are found, having been dirt and stuff like that, brought there, as I told you, by the action of glaciers. Write, then, write down these further notes just as I put them on the board. Got them at last. At last. Not even talking while my back's turned. And my stone comfortingly in my pocket. Back again, hell, I don't know what. But I got it back. Thank God for that. Sod it, there goes the bell. Ah. Just as I'd got them. Rah. FFFFFFH. Rah. Rah. All right, that's enough. Quiet. You can't be more glad than I am that the lesson's over. Put your books away after finishing the wrong order sentence you're writing, of course. I'll finish putting up the notes next week. Next week's half term. I also intend next time to talk about the other classes of rock, sandstone, which is made up of very tiny. Look, if you want to get home before midnight, you'd better keep quiet. You won't keep me in. Albert, boy. Too tired to fight anymore. Ignore. Sandstone, which is closely compressed grains of sand cemented together naturally, and limestone, which is made up of the shells of millions of former sea creatures, again highly compressed. I don't know how far we shall be able to get in geology. It rather depends on how long Mr. Burroughs is away. But with what Bunny'll be away a long time, mate, don't you worry about that. Yet. A long time. That's enough for one day. For me, for Chris' sake. Get rid. Right? That girl there can go. She's been sitting quietly ready to go. Always makes the others sit up and shut up. Right. You can all go. Mistake. Mistake. Soon as I rah said it. The bastards. 2. I'll defendly abati. Late to bring them back now. Go, you know, defendly, just like. Get them right under from Bunny. The beginning next time. Stuff it, stuff it. Try. Es kept us 3 minute. Utes more ne should ave. Is ead is made of. Nice but it ain't nice. No, but I will do. Granny and Basil ain't nice. All that fuss for a bit of stone. Up the core. Stuff it. And only let them go one at. He's been sayin' things. A time, too. About ma family. Rah. Now where's my pen? If he's been sayin' things about the core, he'll get one. Up is Jaxie. Sir, could I ask you a question, please? Indian, thin, intelligent eyes. Certainly. I'm sorry, I forget your name. Navin Bhatia, sir. Don't think he's getting at me. Yes, I'm sorry, Bhatia. Yes. What is it you want to ask? Only want to show some interest. The one they say makes it all worthwhile. Yes, yet at the same time feel disappointed that I can't dismiss the whole class as bastards. I was very interested in this geology, sir, and I am wondering whether you can Recommend any books for further perusal? Speaks well, and oh so lightly. Yes, certainly I can. Navin, and I'm glad that you're interested. I'll give. Where's my pen? You a list of some books which you can borrow from the library. The school library may have some of them. Is there a school library? Have you seen a pen? A Parker fountain pen, black. Using it when this class came in. Making notes from Frankel. Oh, Christ, went out of the room. Some bastard has knocked off my pen. Oh. Makes me feel ill. Ill. Look, Badiya, do you mind if we leave this until tomorrow? I'll give you a list then. Or if your usual teacher comes back, then I'll post it to you. I really will. I think Mr. Burrows is likely to be away for some time, sir. Why? He seemed very ill, sir, the last day he was here. Oh. Well, in that case I may be here a week or more. Oh, God, the thought. Then. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow or the next time. You're due to have me. Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Albert, sir. Now, make sure my pen's not on the floor. Or any where else. No. One final look on the table. I didn't leave it in the book, did I? Oh. Fuck. No, fuck the BAS. Tards, they've spattered it with ink. They've befouled my Frankel. Oh, no, 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 no. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 229 Shepherdess Walk, London N.1. Attention. Mr. Albert. I understand from my daughter Roberta that she asked permission to leave classroom to go to toilet and was refused. Please see that this does not occur again. I don't appreciate this attitude. Waiting 5 minutes can cause unpleasantness that even you should understand. Yours faithfully, J. Probit, M.R.S. Since none but the human pieces are properly object to this menstrual flux of blood, although there are animals who, at the time of their vernal copulation, diddle a small quantity of blood from their genitals, and since the body of the male is always free from the like discharge, it has been a great inquiry in all ages, what how'll be the cause of this anguine excretion peculiar to the fair X. To this effect the attraction of the moon, which is known to ray the tides of the Ea, has been occurred in all ages. Others have referred it to a harp-timulating humor, accreted in the genital parts the melves, the aim which is the cause of venereal dia. But if the moon was the parent of this effect, it would appear in all women at the aim time, which is contrary to experience, since there is never a day in which there are not many women eased with this flux, nor are there fewer in the decree than the incree of the moon. As to any harp ferment eated in the uterus or its parts, it will be always inquired for in vain, where there are none but mild mucus juices, and where venery, which expels all those juices, neither increase nor leans the menstrual flux, and women deny that, during the time of their menses, they have any increed dear of venery, eing at that time mo of the parts are rather pained and languid, and the eat of venereal plear is rather in the entrance of the pudendum than in the uterus, from which lat the menses flow. From Acidum of Anatomy and Physiology from the Latet and Bet authors. Arranged as nearly as the nature of the work would admit in the order of the lectures delivered by the Professor of Anatomy in the University of Edinburgh. 1787. Volume 3, page 2. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where she wanted it, and I underneath holding her, and holding her, and holding her, and wanting her, and enormous, and oh, 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 turning, oh, 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 and it won't, won't, she will, she wants, it, won't, enormous, enormous, again, 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 oh, 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 white, white, then blue I allow white. Pattern, lamp, green white shade, Pollard, Astrophel, and Stella, the white goddess, the sovereign of my, the white, the suspicious chair, grey white trousers mine, the cupboard, oh. Damn. Another day. Another white day to waste on school, oh, the day, another until the day to be got through, to be suffered no. No. Whitsun. No school. Half-term for Whitsun, 3 heartfelt cheers for the descent of the Holy Ghost on the day of Pentecost. Ah, rest, rest, relax, sleep until 2, if I like, courtesy of my mate the Holy Apparition. Whitsun, and no bleeding kids. For this relief much thanks, much thanks. So, waking again with this enormous tonk on, it ought to be relieved, too tired to last night, but anyway it seems to happen every night, every morning I wake with the most almighty jack. This is not good, I can think of better uses, still it's at least reassuring of my continued potence, no need to resort to dameroids yet, remember after Jenny smashed me, for 3 weeks I didn't have a stand, it hits very hard, very deeply, very basically, sexual betrayal does, strikes at the man root, at the very integrity of a man's self. Ah! There, the first thought of her, of Jenny, for today, no day goes by but that I think of her in some way or another, even though it's 4.5 years since, now, 4.5 long years of my self-made hell, though what the hell is hell, it's another of those meaningless words like sin or evil or God. Nor am I out of it. But just displace her image with the nearest thing, as usual, the nearest thing, long practice over 4.5 years makes adequate. When you drum on the bottom sheet with your tensely arched finger it booms hollow, amplified, to your ear pressed against the pillow. Cavity mattress, resonance, reverberation, drum delicate and interesting rhythms made complex by time interval, due to the irregular cavity, weight disposition, the interstices between the whatnots, Johnson, cavity walls, 2 skins of brick, rubble-filled, ties. Today I can spend at my board, working, how marvelous, a whole day free to work, to do real work, my work, real work, vocation. I can put in a really hard day on the Arts Center design. Ought really to go in for more competitions. It's the only way to become known, to break out of this destructive teaching, but I'm too lazy, perhaps too afraid, as well, too afraid of failing, of not. But the real satisfaction, even with success, whatever that means, would be in the work itself, as it is now, the real satisfaction, in the work. When I've done something, hewn it from my mind, then when it's actually built does not seem to matter, really, it's an accident, a commercial or economic accident, quite beyond my control. But first enjoy lying here. What time? 9:20 lying this free morning, courtesy of the HG, all morning if I like, to think as I choose, all the time in the world, time to use, misuse, abuse, self-abuse, time. Time. The great. Wouldn't it be? Yes, if you became dissatisfied with time, you'd go mad. Think yes if you wanted to catch the 9.31 and the 7.15 trains at the same time, that nothing could satisfy you but doing just that. Yes, mad, they'd call you mad, that would be thought to be madness. But quite understandable. Like that old woman last week in Woolworths who asked some teenagers what day it was, and they just laughed at her, they must have thought she was mad, but she was asking, in all seriousness, what day it was, that day, so I told her, yes, it was Sunday, I thought. I was more sure at the time, now I forget what day it was, it might have been Monday, it rhymes with Sunday, I always have been prone to confuse things which rhyme, it's my nature. I choose not to change it. But today I forget what day it was, then, when the old woman had forgotten what day it was, I forget now, she forgot then, the same day, too, and what's the essential difference? Is she mad, was she mad, am I mad now, for forgetting, mad for telling her then, it was Sunday, I thought, on such scanty evidence, and subject to my known proneness? I just think the kids were stupid. At least she was human in asking help of other humans. Sometimes I think Marlene doesn't need other human beings at all. She needs something from me, though. But it's one of those. Oh, Christ, the bloody mess Marlene and that lot made last night still has to be cleared up. Don't want even to look. Still, soon I'll have the strength to get up, ha. Last night, teachers are just, mistake to ask them round, I'm just not one of them, nor they one of me. What do they do on their holidays, other teachers? What are they doing this morning, what's Marlene doing this morning? What's anyone doing this morning, for that matter? There are all these people, out there, in London, say, millions of them, this morning, all doing things, and I resent them doing things, for mine is the only way to live, mine are the only things worth doing, my doing things. Marlene is sleeping, I'm sure, she must have been late home. What a cow she is, staying after the others to make it look as though she was sleeping with me, and then not having any. But she didn't reckon on the last tube. I will not be stuffed in lifts, she says. Where will you be stuffed then, love? I says. Must tell Terry that. But a cow, I don't mind anyone suspecting I have women here, but it must be with absolute cause. Ah, why do I lust after Marlene? This is our Miss Crosthwaite, PE mistress, comes from Yorkshire, you know. It's her big tits, her lovely big tits, that's what I lust after, in the first place, anyway. Oh, let me rest my weary hands on your lovely big tits, Miss Crosthwaite, PE mistress, ours from Yorkshire, you know. Scott is a big tit, too, a big tit, though I've no wish to rest anything on him. I buy pop records, he says, for sociological reasons. And I listen to them because I like them, I says. Shocking, I think they found that, slightly. But they do too, really, only they won't admit it. Fascinating sociological study balls. A load of old balls. And Davison, too, the free liver. And I'm a floating kidney. How do I get myself into these situations? Lust for the Marlenis of this world. Don't feed Mrs. Crosthwaite, you're overdoing it. And after last night lust isn't worth it. I shall continue to admire, my dear Miss Crosthwaite, your astonishingly big tits, but from well out of arm's reach, the while frustrating myself with fantasies. I hate these women who only want bits of me. I offer her the enormous totality of me, and she says, yes, I'll have the conversation bit, and the company bit, but not the bed bit, nor even the handsomebig tights bit. I hate the partial livers. I'm an all or nothing-er. And it's usually nothing. Still, I shall allow her to spend her half-term on her own. So, have at thee with my codpiece, and farewell, Miss Crosthwaite of the monumental memories, other hands shall know thee, never these. That's the thing with me, my thing with them, my way with women, I can always remove myself from them, absent myself, and stay away. Very good at it. When they won't be to me what I want them to be, then I am nothing to them. No crawling back, no being drawn, even if infatuated, fascinated by them. It's the one weapon I'm proud to have, almost the only one I do have, the ability to absent myself, and to stay absented, the ultimate in weapons. Oh, I know very well the way to have is by the way of ignoring, but I want nothing of this deceit. By the way of waiting and allowing and showing, but I want nothing of these mortgages on the future. Why don't you get up, you lazy sod? Today's the day you've been longing for, today you can work at your board, the one thing you really want to do, the one thing you really can do. Right then, arise and change. To live is to change. Put some jazz on. To wake up to. And then crap. Where did all that lot come from? I didn't eat that much, unearned excrement, that's what it is. But perhaps it was all those compressed sawdust savoyuries that Marlene brought. At enormous expense and loss of life. Yes, I must have been champing away at those as sort of compensation, as a sort of substitute. Joseph's turn to buy the toilet roll, only 1/8 of an inch left, plus or minus 0.1, on the cylinder. Today I need not shave. I shall not shave. Nor need I wash. I shall not wash. I shall do or not do just as I like. Within my terms. Jazz was, when I think of it, the first understanding I had of what art meant, what it was all about. Those incredibly subtle voices from the worn surfaces, Bessie and Ma and Ida, such dedicated sounds, the blues, poetry, feeling expressed which coincided so completely with what I was feeling or needed to feel. Used to play them over so many times, when I was living at home. I suppose it subjects an art form to a special condition, repeating it so many times, so that ever since I have been able to recreate many of the sounds in my head, as I chose. And even the special quality of the recordings, archaic and limited in range, which added distancing, special, mine, mysterious. Joe Oliver was always the greatest for me, King Joe, some thought Louis, but I was always a King Oliver man, and no one could touch him, for sure. With a mute, he could make that cornet talk almost, with a mute, and you always felt he was a leader of an ensemble, not a soloist with sidemen, riding, relaxed, yet still driving, leading. Yes, the first understanding of what it was all about. This kitchen needs cleaning. I'll do it later on. If I feel like it. I shall have nothing but coffee for breakfast, a big jug, real coffee, my only luxury, water, boil quickly. Can hardly smell the coffee. Must be affected by their smoking last night. Open windows as soon as. Texture of irregular grains, rich foaming brown immediately after water poured on. Now I can smell it. Makes me feel hungry. Have a piece of cheese then. Stirred brown, milk white hot, table by my board, my workplace, shrine, altar, do me a favor. First floor arches, the poor stucco imitation of channel jointing, the semicircular fan lights, the thin dills, all this is now so firmly impressed upon my mind, upon my consciousness, that I wonder if I can ever design anything uninfluenced by it. The outline against the sky is now so moving, endearing to me. It has such rightness, even when it is not trying to be right, or there are things like economics against its being right, such grace, taste, good manners. All clichés about Georgian. But right, so right. Of course, I would really like to be designing a Gothic cathedral, all crockets and finials and flying buttresses, but I must be of my time, ahead of my time, rather, using the materials of my time, the unacknowledged legislators, and so on, in accord with, of, my age, my time, my generation, my life. But now, an art center for a town of 500,000. The theater should be fairly small, seating say 500 to 700, yet the stage must be capable of mounting large-scale productions of opera and ballet besides intimate chamber plays of the Strindbergian type. One solution is to use movable proscenium wings, together with a boom which can be raised or lowered, so that the prose opening can be varied over a wide range. But when it's used in the smaller sizes, then there is a vast booming stage area behind it which requires special acoustic treatment. Still, I don't think there's anything else I can do, so must assume this for the moment. Unless there was some cunning way of enabling the whole building to be reassembled for a particular type of stage theater in the round, apron stage, opera, Straight C19th picture frame yes. But how? First of all, the weights to be moved would be so great as to involve machinery, definitely, too great for manual labor. And that means great cost, too. Still, expense is no object in Albert designs. So, if I had non-load-bearing party walls which could be moved through various angles to enclose a variable space yes and bank seat units which could also be grouped to suit each of several shapes. And a ceiling which could be raised or lowered. Yes. So how many shapes would I need? Large auditorium with proscenium, smaller intimate theater, theater in the round, apron, 4 at least. The excess seat units would present a storage problem when the smaller auditoria were being used. The in the round would be the most awkward to arrange, it means cutting off the area of the pros used in the other forms, except for an actor's entrance. And how adapt the ceiling to suit the differing forms? Ah, that's. My father made this board for me, and a nice job he made of it, too. He's a clever old stick, my mother said, when she saw it. They're all right, my parents, I get on so much better with them since I've lived up here, not living there, seeing them only once a week, feel quite warm towards them. Ah. I wonder what he expects, if he expects, to find in it. Gives opportunities to study derelicts, this rubbish bin. Too high on lamppost to see into, so he has to reach and dip. Newspaper. That's all today. Sorry mate. At least you read. Bloody zip on my fly wants mending. Has done for weeks. Can do it today, don't hesitate, you can do it now. Ah my dear Miss Crosthwaite, if you feel domestic tonight come and mend my flies. Yes, think about this ceiling as I do it, it's all work, even if I'm not at the board. Needles, cotton, odds in the handbag my mother gave me when I came up, to do for myself. Notch back the gray. Thread it in one yes in one. Rather shall a needle thread the small postern of a camel's eye. Son, could sit here longer, ceiling. The raising and lowering could be done easily enough hydraulically, but it's the shape that's difficult. There, done it, slides most commodiously. Take care, Miss Crosthwaite, your calculated refusal to repair the breach has not resulted in its being long unmanned. Beware a sudden zipping sound, for then I shall be undone. And you, foul Scot, I am now no longer incapacitated should I wish to confound the readings of your meteorological observation club by peeing in the rainfall gauge. Back to my board, refitted, refurbished. What about this bloody ceiling? Hasn't anyone else faced a problem like this? Look at books. Yes, Mies, Corbeau, Bannister, Bloody Fletcher, Frankel, Nervy, FLW, Pevsner, knowledge a young woman should have, Mallory, Beckett, O'Brien, Sterno, what the hell? My problems are my problems, face alone, any others can offer only marginal comfort, relief. Ah. She's a distraction. She's just the sort who can make me forget that women are cows, that women are fair, slim-legged, in blue, to me overwhelmingly. She walks well, round the circus, my laterally pitched circus, walks so well on my circus's eccentric pavements. Ah! Snares, delusions, frauds, women, all to propagate the breed, to perpetuate the. Not that the species has any real idea where it's going. Women are blindly beckoning, blindly propagating. They're loving words of fraud to make us, me. But loving nonetheless, and no fraud once revealed. Ceiling. Just a blank. Look, Albert, mate, you're not going to work well this morning. Go out and have a drink. You'll feel guilty. But it's no good just sitting here facing the problem. Go away, forget about it, and it'll come to you, solve itself. Yes. As it has before. Yes. Just after 12. Right. Take dolly bag, go shopping up Chapel Market, up chap, good excuse, reason, rather. Out, up, round into Amwell, Claremont, Penton, the Belvedere, Pentonville Tire Service, Kaipiako Anto Eioh Kapinaya Karinia Stores, John and K Fashions, Jack C Bar, Leon's, the New Bright Restaurant. The Queen's Arms. Didn't I see you in the Queen's Arms last night? That wasn't the Queen, that was my wife. The laundry. My collars starched for school, oh yes, as I must at least not appear to be the delinquent teacher I am, carry anything off with a starched collar. Chapel Market, chap. Carpets, keys cut, crockery, crowds not too bad today, cheap, cheap. Aero models, remember making them myself, they never used to fly, and somehow this taught me to expect disappointment, very valuable. And always in a crowd like this I am searching faces, all the time I am looking for Jenny, consciously or unconsciously, market faces, in tube trains, in the crowds on television over at my parents', I look down the cast lists, too, of programs because she once said she might take up acting seriously, and she could have done. Stupid, this looking, stupid, this preoccupation with her and anything connected with her, or even things I arbitrarily connect with her, stupid, yes, but that's no answer, that's not the point, that's not removing the why, any of the whys. Why do I feel as I do in spite of agreeing it's stupid? Why did I ever make such an issue about being an architect, about my career, vocation, that she must have resented taking second place to it? That must have helped to ruin it, to destroy it, our love, and she must have wondered why if I was so keen I just didn't go and do it. But it's not like that at all, not as easy as that, at all, it's... Stop thinking. A meat ticket pin. Pick up. Not so compulsive as with paper clips, of paper clips I am a compulsive picker-up. The question then arises, am I to consider myself bound to give a good home to every piece of wire left fortuitously, or so it seems, lying around? Already I admit market meat ticket pins, their shape pleases me, yet not hairpins, a dead end, hairpins, oh, the deadness, yes, the deadness of that sort of end has long been apparent to me, long since, of hairpins. But paper clips, now, yes. Pop from the record stall, she never plays anything through to the end, constant musical titillation, she ought to be done for oral soliciting. Please take a basket. I'll have that blonde dolly over there, I don't care if her parents weren't married, wrap her up. Rather have a trolley any day, it panders to my suppressed father instincts, even though I do only want to buy 6 eggs and some frankfurters. Whip round then, fast, rear-wheel steering, drunk in charge of a supermarket trolley, 3 months, and license endorsed for running into old lady at cold meat counter. Hit and run, out, 4/7D, here then, 5 pence change and so farewell to the scene of the crime, the super-duper market, out into the real market. Fruit, oranges, lots of veg, no strawberries yet, or peaches, then they come in with a wallop and you get sick of them, so many. The Chapel House, good beer, comic tile murals in passage, death of Cleopatra, Antony and Cleopatra, Act V, SC. 2. The Muse of Music, smeared flesh children playing fairly underneath, waiting for their parents drinking inside. The pub with the flowers, pots and pots on the tables, flowers, the Red House some call it, because of its long name, the Agricultural, which was too long for semi-literates to cope with, so they called it the Red House, the governor says, because of the facing brick, which is fairly unusual in a predominance of stocks. A good governor, he is, one cannot choose too carefully the governor of one's pub. Anyone I know here? Yes, several by sight, one by name, that's how it is. Ah, you know you're a regular when they pull your usual without your having to ask. Thanks, Sid. A pro in the public, at lunchtime, too. I thought they would sleep all day. A bourgeois concept, no doubt. Perhaps she's on days this week. Teeth like child's milk teeth, Small, parallel edges, gap in middle. Is it possible to retain milk teeth undeveloped? No good you smiling at me, anyway, Dolly, I'm not a potential customer. Why aren't I? Because Jenny was so good, so what I wanted, anyway, that I can't bring myself to, for money, nor can I love anyone else, either, so I can't get it that way. But Jenny wasn't that good, really, at making love, when I think about it, not subtle at all, keen on just getting it in. You can make love with eyes and touching fingertips, I said to her once, when I was very angry, and it hurt her, and she tried, after that, but only when she chose to, when she wasn't feeling aggressive towards me. I think we both had different ideas about making love, perhaps we all do, sex means very different things to each of us, what it's about. And always love making with Jenny was dependent upon circumstance rather than desire, upon opportunity rather than need or whim. One afternoon, in the summer vac, we had been out playing tennis, near her house, and the others had left, and I had been wanting her all day, Jenny, so I held her suddenly and took her up to her bedroom, and made love to her quickly, seriously, almost violently, and I remember she was particularly firm and tight that day, and afterwards she said, "Always make love like that, darling, always just like that." Which was not normally my way at all, liking as I do the formalities, the preliminaries, the tendernesses, the innocencies, but for her the impromptu made it good for her. Memorable for her? Got a horse for this afternoon, Sid. I got a filly for Wednesday night. Ah, he knocked and nearly dropped it. Old as he is, he still knows how a glass will behave when pushed, gravity is a constant, he remembers still knowledge he learned as a child, painfully learned, that glasses break when they fall after being pushed off a table, this is the constant of experience. Pity Georgie isn't here lunchtimes, for the piano. Great he is, so in control, found his way in this way, playing the songs of 40 years ago with such dedication, interest, sheer interest. That's the thing about the Angel, all the pubs have something going on in them, singing and dancing, life, you need never feel alone, in one sense, compared with the insufferable suburbs like Worcester Park or Sutton, where the pubs are like mausoleums, museums with stuffed people and not a sound but the cash register and the slurping of gargle. Both he and his wife were married, you know. That forerib of beef looks marvelous. And the ham. Sid, I'll have a beef roll, please. Onion? Do I want onion? Yes, lovely raw crisp onion, with lovely raw underdone forerib of beef. Yes please, Sid. Heard any good stories lately? I'm always hearing good stories. Did you hear about the tramp who was walking along Oxford Street and found a dummy with 5 quid in it, so he thought he'd invest it in a bit of the other and went to this old scrubber. She didn't want to know until he showed her the loot, but then she told him to go and have a bath, so he did, and when he came back she saw he hadn't washed his John Thomas, so she said, "You dirty old man, go and wash it," so he did, and when he came back she said, "That's better, now have you got the letter?" And he said, "Christ, do I have to have references for it as well?" Yes, Sid, yes. Fairly funny, yes, I could work on it. There should be thicker filling towards the center to compensate for the thicker bread part, each roll should contain protein and fat to balance the carbohydrate, and it might also be considered useful to include some essential roughage, like onion in the present case. Certainly there should be protein in every roll, no butter, but beef dripping, for the purist. A dissertation upon the roll. Upon the beef roll. You pull it, then. Again. Cut it? No, it'll just grow again. No, it'll grow again. Pull. Pull. Don't mind about hurting me, just pull it out. That's just what life is like, when you're old, I suppose, suddenly a bloody great long hair will grow out of your face, just grow, for no reason, well I suppose not really just like that, but that's how you notice it, that's how it seems to happen. What you having, John? That's nice of you. Bitter please. My name's not John, but it'll do, it's okay, for a pub name, John. Yes. I could have a different name for each pub round here, or a different identity, and a different identity too. But I should always want to be known as an architect, to preserve this essential myself, my identity, my character. Seen you down chap regular like, and in here, too. Yes, I live near, down Percy Circus. Do you, then? Wants doing up, done it, but they'll get round to it sooner or later, I suppose. No use saying I enjoy it decadent and decaying, decrepit, like my state, London state, England state, man state, the human condition. Yes, I suppose they will. You have a stall, don't you? Expertise of Sid, the way he slices lengthwise a long French loaf, spreads marge on both halves. Yes, fruit stall. Play the identities game. Who am I? What am I? I must be taken for nothing but an architect, to preserve myself. So not to play with him, he's the sort who'd end up by saying, I know what you are, mate, you're a bleeding stupid twat. Another drink then, for us. Yes. Another drink. The customers are nearly all old, here, in this pub, predominantly the old are customers here. Another, yet another drink, then. You ought to get back and work. You know you'll feel guilty. Another drink, then, just one. 3 already, then Sid. You must be joking. Out into its full, of people, stalls, cabbage, boxes, purple packing paper, bruised fruit my chap. That brisket looks good. Buy some. Yes. Protein to do something to the beer. Quarter of Scotch brisket, please. Lovely, lean, can't wait to eat it. Go down by Canal then, yes. Across the High Street, down Duncan Street, Clerkenwell County Court, to Vincent Terrace, British Waterways Regent's Canal, London Anglers Association Private Fishery. Coarse grass on 45-degree slope straight to edge. Oil on water. Tunnel entrance, through trees, no barges, sun, how unexpectedly quiet here, kids fishing, railings, sun, brisket. That's the trouble with being a teacher, you're always afraid someone's going to catch you doing something unteacherly. Didn't I see you in Vincent Terrace by the canal railings, eating a quarter of Scotch brisket? Do it surreptitiously, then, guiltily, quickly, bold it. But it's great, all the same, succulent, yes, succulent is the word I was wanting. Swan. The proud swan. Yet how do I know it is proud? I the observer place on it the quality of proudness myself. The swan itself may or may not feel proud, of having feathered 3 lady swans, for instance, or of having fathered 14 cygnets over the years. But only the swan knows that. Everything is subjective. Something nasty in that bush. That even I should understand. A Mother Superior writes. Back down Colebrook Row, then, must start working, work right through now until bed, to make up for it. A ceiling of variable shape and capable of being raised and lowered. Wonder who designed Sadler's Wells Theatre then? 30s. Yes. His problem was fairly straightforward, large theatre for one kind of staging, I would have thought. As was his solution. Possibly an oddly shaped site, though. Every time I pass round the back of Sadler's Wells there's an awful cafe smell blasted out at nose level. All opera singers live on when they are engaged here is toast and tea and sticky buns. That's what it smells like, anyway. To build them up. Perhaps that's what Miss Crosthwaite nourishes her bosom on, too, and savory knickknacks, and when women like her reach her age then they start to smell, too, women's smell, which can be nasty, yes, from Miss Crosthwaite certainly, it puts one off, me off, For 1. Women smell. Perhaps I do, too, smell, or stink. There is no doubt a man's smell that puts women off. But I just think I don't find it strange to think I could, just as I still find it strange to think of myself as a man, as a boy no longer, even at 28, as when some kid at school says that man, and I think who? And then realize he means me, and am still surprised. As I am too when I make involuntary snufflings, noises through my mouth or nose, or when I spit slightly in the middle of a sentence, and the kids notice, and some laugh, and I realize that as I am getting older I am less in control of my body, though more and more in control of my mind, and I fear for the future. But I am glad that I have had the chance to observe myself growing older, carefully, that I can do so, as I feel I should not have done had I married early, had become a husband with a proper job instead of wanting to. The Shakespeare's Head. New pub. Old one fell down. 10 minutes after closing time one night, just as all the opera lovers were wending their uplisted ways homeward, the front of the pub fell out. Just fell out into the road. Wallop. An act of God, they concluded, a most irresponsible sort of a God, evidently. Mid-Delton Passage. And these Unco Mealy Flats. How the same company that owns Mid-Delton Square and Claremont Square could put up these, even a century and a quarter later, I just don't understand. Anyone who does less than his best, even unconsciously, must create guilt within himself, severer in proportion to the lesser than best that he has done. Whoever designed the rubbish at places like Sutton, Worcester Park, and St. Helier, for instance, must have borne, an enormous burden of guilt, probably quite unaware of its origin, of its cause. Through the wide wicket, the space through which there is a Georgian prospect of St. Paul's. Mid-Delton Square, with its prospect, and subtly pitched dormers, and finely beaded fanlights. To Claremont no, to Amwell, Great Percy Street, and my circus. And they've cut what grass there was in the center, and at the window I can smell it, fresh, glad I opened it before I left, the room full of the freshness of no-cut summer grass. I feel tired. Breathe deeply, good, yes, sleep for half an hour, then awake refreshed, work like hell, yes. Pollard, the White Goddess, my books, ah. Hell. What time is it? 7. You bloody fool. Guilt. Guilt. Close the window. Specks of smut on my drawing, hell, London smut. Smuts. Still. Another day just frittered, as far as ever, farther because nearer death, from success, whatever that is, whatever that may mean, frittered, the worst crime, against myself, guilt. Smuts, flecks of soot, coal. Damn. Won't clean off, ruined drawing, not that there was much to ruin, 3 lines of a. 3 lines. It's not nothing, exactly. Not exactly nothing. Perhaps Terry will call this evening. Then that will take care of another day, send another lousy frittered day about its miserable business. Yes, I'll phone him, in a minute, yes. Yes. Guilt. 3 lines. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The wedding of our beloved Mr. Albert. He was going to get married to Miss Crosswaite on the night before he got pererlatic drunk to buck up Enoch Corrig to say yes. On the day they got married he was sick twick. On their honeymoon they went to Southend. They had a lovely time at Southend. He spent a load of money. He spent about 6 pence. They had a boondall and got divorced. The death of Mr. Albert. He died of Bulgarian flu. He was walking along and tripped over his long blonde hair. We smash the school up because the teachers are not strict and revolting. It should be more strict and we should be compelled to wear uniform instead of coming a school in ex-army jackets and jeans and ex-army boots and leather jackets. The teachers are not strict. They let you do what you like. Mr. Albert is one of them. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Albert picked up his cup, scraped its unglazed base on the thick white edge of the saucer, and drank tea. The tea had a trembling incrustation of tannin, and had been made with sterilized milk. Albert minded neither of these things, on this occasion. On other occasions he might well have minded, might even have entered upon a complaint to the management, but on this occasion he did not mind. Heat was transmitted through the coarse china to burn the middle joint of his index finger. When this became unbearable he put the cup down and gripped it again with bunched fingertips. What did they do before they put handles on cups, he thought. Who first thought of handles? Perhaps it was the beaker folk. Yes, let it be the beaker folk. One member of the beaker folk was constantly burning his stubby fingers on hot beakers of bedtime Marray's milk, and always dropping and breaking them. Yes, thought Albert, and this would convincingly account for the enormous quantity of beaker fragments available to be excavated by archaeologists. Then one bedtime this otherwise simple, even obtuse, man, it could not have been a woman, Albert felt sure, had the concept of the handle come upon him in a moment of high apocalyptic inspiration. The handle. Perhaps he made the first one from a twig sprung into appropriate holes formed before the beaker was baked. Later, he had improved on this by pinching the beaker into a convenient shape. Then he had thought himself eminent enough to break away and found a tribal sub-dynasty of his own, the pinched beaker folk. Terry watched 3 Somalis at the next table. Small brown paper packets passed from hand to hand. The men looked normal enough, Terry thought, not at all like dope fiends as featured in the People. Perhaps they were only peddlers and not actual addicts. Drug takers are the absolute example, he thought, of those who live only in the present, for the present, the only way to live. They see no farther than the next fix, they are willing to sacrifice everything for it, abandon all lean on the future whatsoever. Perhaps he should try drugs. To help him forget Janine? Drink was no use, it made him morose and it distended his stomach. But which drugs? 2 prostitutes sat talking and smoking at another table. Half-caste, straight hair, yellowing teeth, dog-lipped, long graceful hands, thin. Dyed daffodil yellow hair, blenched skin, cast in left eye, short, odd effect of physical breaking up. I met this blind man on the bus coming home tonight, said Albert, quietly, to Terry. He'd been waiting 10 minutes for a 19, he said, and people in the queue kept on getting on other buses. He went on and on about them. Said you've got to be black today, you're better thought of. Blind prejudice if you like. Anyway, I told him when a 19 came and the conductor helped him onto the bus, but he still went on and on. Christmas Day and they're all over you, he said, asking you all the time, are you sure you don't want to cross the road? The rest of the year they don't want to know. Then he just sat there and whistled a fragment of a tune over and over again, as if to keep himself company. He ought to think himself lucky, said Terry, that he's got such a good excuse to demand help of people, to demand their sympathy. If healthy people do it then they automatically get kicked in the balls. Both Albert and Terry thought of Jenny and Janine, their respective betrayers, respective balls kickers. They, the betrayed, thought that this was the particular conflict in society in which they were inextricably involved, that there was now no reason for fidelity, that there had seemed to be one when they were young, but that there was now no reason, and they could not quite blame the women for it. Now the only reason for fidelity was itself, faith in a concept, in a particular virtue which must of absolute necessity be its own reward. Sin and evil they could understand the passing of, these were now mere archaism, words at best synonymous with wrong, but there was still somewhere pure within them the concept of fidelity. The blonde one reminded Terry, oh so very faintly, in the way she held her head, of Janine. Let's go, he said. Albert followed. Between the high Evelfenchich street line to the north, and the tall bricked window facades of the London Western Dock warehouses to the south, cut horizontally by Cable Street in the north and the Ratcliffe Highway in the south, an area of 2-story Georgian cottages, savaged by the war, slums before it, largely derelict now, all condemned, still awaiting razing. And centrally there is well-closed square, warehouses, and tall second ratings, lovely of its nature, quiet and dark and serene in its decrepitude. But in the center there are a school, a playground, and a house, that are excrescences, that are not fitting. Albert kept close by the wall through Grace's alley into well-closed square. 2/3 of the way down someone had recently relieved himself against a blanked-off shop front. The flake-worn paving was marked like a delta, like a chaotic candelabra, like a fistful of snakes. Albert paused, fascinated, then turned his head to look at the patterns in reverse. Never content to leave well alone, he unzipped his fly and attempted to impose the pattern of art on nature. Terry joined in, laughing, and made the whole area into a sea, the paving awash over the patterns, ruining the subtle tracery under the lamp's light. "Bastard! Bastard!" shouted Albert. The facades on one side reflected the sound, the gap-toothed bomb sight on the other sucked in the sound. "Baa! Baa!" gave back the facades, more gently, and the gap-toothed bomb sight took the echoes as greedily and as gratefully as it had taken the original sounds. Albert moved quickly into well-closed square. Terry followed, laughing at Albert's anger. Albert was further offended by the clutter of buildings and wire netting in the center of the square. Seeing empty milk bottles on a doorstep, he picked one up, looked quickly around, and, seeing no one to rat, he threw it as hard as he could, overarm, as if it were a grenade, towards the playground. It burst with a deeply satisfying splintering sound. Terry tried to look as though he were not with Albert. Albert tried to look as though he were not with Terry, laughing delightedly. In a Nigerian cafe a Negro came to their table with an electric razor to sell. "Two-pun," he kept demanding. Albert could not think of two quickly enough to tell him. The shaver looked new. Albert decided he would buy it. Searching, he found 5 and 9 pence. He borrowed £1 from Terry, and offered the total to the man. Albert did not care whether he accepted it or not, he had no more money, nor had Terry, it was up to the Negro. He tried for 5 minutes to extract more, coming finally down to asking for a cup of tea, for this too to be refused. It was not that Albert, or that Terry, sought to deprive him of a cup of tea, but that they just had no more money with them on this occasion. Suddenly the Negro gave in, picked up the 25 and 9 pence, and went out through the hardboard shuttered door. Albert inspected his new acquisition. There was no indication that it worked, he realized. He should have tested it before buying it. He asked the man behind the counter whether he could plug it into a light socket, but was refused. Albert put the shaver in its box, carefully, put it in his pocket, and spoke for some time. "So I went back after the holiday, quite refreshed as I usually am, and my form were giggling about over bits of newspaper, 2 or 3 groups of them, and making it bloody obvious they wanted me to come and see what they were up to. So I didn't. Then when I began to call the register one of the girls brought out a clipping and put it on my desk without a word. 'Teaching at tough school contributes to teachers' suicide,' it said, and it was only a report of my predecessor's suicide over Whitson, Burroughs, Bunny they called him. I just took no notice after all, I didn't know him, did I? And if they thought they could break me, then they'd misjudged me. Gas, it was, just turned on the gas ring in his digs and sat in the armchair. I just went on calling the register, but later the head sent for me, and asked me if I'd stay until the end of the term. 'Don't worry about Burroughs,' he said to me, 'he had many reasons for suicide outside school.' Yes, I thought, and he had 43 inside school, as well, and they're kicking up hell in my classroom at this moment. I can't stand this head, he's so bloody weak, and he doesn't back up his teachers. In my first week I took a boy to him who'd been grossly impertinent to me, and when I told him of this he turned to the boy and said, 'Now let's hear your side of it. I ask you.' And when he's talking to you he looks at a spot midway between your chin and your collar, never in your eyes. So you're going to leave? Terry asked. No, it looks as if I'm stuck there until the end of term anyway. Just the way he put it made me pretty sure he'd fix it with the office. The bastard. The kids seem half scared by Burrow's suicide, and yet pleased. They really hated him, I know. Yesterday, this was, and at the end of school one of them came up to me, Sweetman his name is, and said, "We're going to have a meeting tonight to decide about you." And this morning, as soon as he saw me, he said, "We've decided, and we're all chipping in for a gas ring for you." They're half serious, too, that's what's so interesting, half serious. And then there was this kid Weir, who was never in class. I used to call the register, and his name was last, Jackie Weir, and the class at first used to chorus, "He's not here," and then when they'd got to know me after a couple of days, it was Jackie Weir he's a queer, mingled with the "he's not here." And the head this morning tells me to take him off roll, he is indeed queer, and has been picked up flogging it around the more classy W.1 conveniences, and sent to an approved school to finish his education, of course. The girls are at least normal, there's one who waits behind purposely so that I shall watch her wiggle her sweet little bum at me as she goes out of the door. I've been warned to watch the girls in the afternoons, some of them are apparently in the habit of coming to school, getting their marks, and then going off to tea dances up west. Girls are always being brought back by attendance officers. There's this sort of uneasy balance, with the boys as well, between the police outside school and the teachers within. They know they're less likely to get into real trouble inside school, yet it's so boring for them, so bloody boring. And that's a failure in the teaching, of course, but the situation at this school is so extreme that any teacher coming into it from outside is beaten before he starts. You can see the staff are beaten, from the look in their eyes, from the way they go about the corridors. And I'm beaten, too, at this school. When I came up here I used to think I was at least a fairly competent teacher, even if I was certainly not a dedicated or inspired one. But the frightening thing here is that any sort of punishment has failed as a deterrent, whatever you do to them doesn't stop them doing what they want to, again and again. I hit them on the head with my knuckles as much to relieve my feelings as to try to stop them shouting or to make them pay attention. And they know all the rules that you're not supposed to hit them on the head, or hit them at all if you're on supply, for that matter, and that they're not to be kept in for more than half an hour. I know that the standard answer is to treat them with loving kindness, but you try it, mate, I've not got that much loving kindness. And they'd think you soft. The assistant head, a right Amazon of a woman who doesn't seem aware of about 80% of what goes on in the school, said the kids would listen and behave if my lessons were sufficiently interesting. I told her that since they'd been interesting enough for every class I'd ever taken before, it might just possibly be the general standard or this particular school that was at fault. I was beaten before I ever got there. The timetable she worked out for me doesn't help any, either, about half of it is English, but I also do music, a couple of maths lessons, games on Wednesdays and several general periods which I naturally use for architecture or geology. But Albert paused. A tap dripped in the sink behind the counter. Albert thought with awe of the vast resources behind that tap, the miles of pipes, of mains, the reservoirs, the rivers, the rain. He imagined with what wonder an African immigrant must regard the water supply. It comes in pipes, you just have to turn a tap thing, man. And that same water is the same as the Queen drinks. When I turn that tap thing, man, I'm connected with the same water she uses. And the sewers, man, they connect, too. She don't use no special sewer, they all connect up and side by side hers and mine come out at Barking Creek. That's a democratic country for you, man. Eyes the brown of dead bracken, lips of similar thickness 3/4 of their length, dyed black hair, glinting skin. Up the stairs. A Negro padlocked the door behind her. But Albert continued. I told you the sods pinched my pen a couple of weeks ago. I was reading this novel recently about a teacher in the East End who won over the kids by love and kindness, morality and honesty, against tremendous odds. Talk about sentiment and wish fulfillment. I can just see my lot coming to me at the end of term with a present or even my pen back addressed to Sir, with their love. These things just don't mean anything to these kids in this school. That's what's so frightening, and I've not been frightened in a school before. Not frightened by their violence, though that's bad enough, but just by these unknown forces of character. These kids will just go on knocking off my pens for as long as I have pens to knock off. I'm sure that even if I chained a pen to the desk, then next day they'd bring a pair of still suns and have it away. Did you tell the head? Terry asked. Of course, but he seemed to think I was stupid for leaving things around anyway. Always lock things up, Mr. Albert, he said. He's always smiling, in a sort of slit-faced way, the head. I'm sure he'd have that same smile on his face as he eased a knife into your back, quite sure. And I'll tell you a funny thing, the men's bog is opposite his room, across a light well, and there's this long window which whenever I go in there is open a few inches just at fly level. But it may be the women theirs is just opposite, too, for that matter. Nearly all of them are married but look frustrated. No, not frustrated, exactly, but as though their husbands had been neglecting the foreplay. But of course I was stupid to leave my pen lying there. It won't happen again. Here, today I was playing them some Karl Orff in a music lesson, a record of his setting of Catullus, good, simple, thumping stuff, and when we got to the phrase "de mi beija," repeated several times with increasing passion, this little Greek Cypriot girl suddenly sat up, said "oh," and smiled all over her face. I suppose the Latin is similar to the Greek, so at least I pleased one of them that day, though God knows if she understood any of the rest. She's quite a nice little girl, actually, long black hair. How real black hair shows up against dyed black and skin like Pentelic marble. But there's a Greek CYP bastard called Eratokritou who whenever he sees me, several times a day often, comes up to me and says, "Have you been sayin' things about ma family?" Sometimes he says, "What you been sayin' about ma family?" Or "You been sayin' things about ma family?" For no reason. And he's violent, he has this reaction of violence to practically every situation. I've watched him with other kids in the playground, and he not exactly scares me, but disturbs me, makes me uneasy, apprehensive. There is latent aggression in everything he does, in every movement he makes. He's a member of the Corps, too, which is a gang of about 5 who wear ex-army boots and who drill each break in the playground. They're quite disciplined in their way, and they terrorize the other kids. The head ought to insist that they come to school in ordinary shoes, of course, but I don't think he's even interested. The Corps practices kicking in unison, my God. Unless you came to this school you just wouldn't believe half the things that go on. You'd hardly see it as a school at all. As you know, schools, there's no set of rules, or even habits, to which the kids will conform or that they will even acknowledge. I've never been anywhere before, for instance, where they do not even accept that they must not talk in class. When I shut them up they resent it as though I am curtailing an inalienable freedom. And I see their point, in a way, too. But no one can teach under such conditions. You have to establish your own set of rules, let alone your own obedience of those rules, your own discipline. Which takes all the time, and an incredible amount of nervous energy. It's like I'm working at the frontier of civilization all the time. Albert went over to the jukebox and put a shilling in it. He spent a long time choosing 3 records, he found 2 he wanted to hear, and set the ingenious mechanism working to bring this about, but the third choice was not easy. Eventually he just pressed the button corresponding to his favorite number, 29, and then returned to sit with Terry. The 2 women looked at him contemptuously as soon as they heard his first record begin. Some classes have so many Cypriots in them that the register reads like the dramatis personae of a Greek tragedy, Albert offered. They form a conclave within the school, too, eating at exclusively CYP tables, in gangs, and in class one smart one will catch and understand what I say and pass it on to the others. Yet I can begin to sympathize with why the older ones are restless and unmanageable. In Cyprus at 14 they'd be accepted as men, and be doing men's jobs. Albert thought, a block of wood, a plank of wood. When does a block become a plank? When does a plank become a block? At what point do you see that a block has become a plank? At what stage a plank a block? Plank. Block. He thought about them until the words became meaningless to him, then ludicrous to him, then nothing to him. And he was left with wood. Wood is wood, he said to himself, pleased. If we go on half-educating these kids any more, he said suddenly to Terry, then the violence will out. I'm sure they know they're being cheated, that they're being treated as subhuman beings. And the school is a microcosm of society as a whole. There was this tremendous need for man to impose a pattern on life, Albert thought, to turn wood into planks or blocks or whatever. Inanimate life is always moving towards disintegration, towards chaos, and man is moving in the opposite direction, towards the imposition of order, as the animals are, too, but to a far lesser extent. This was the paradox, for the fundamental rhythm of life was the alternating disintegration-reintegration of matter. Perhaps 500 million years ago matter became capable of maintaining itself by reactions to stimuli, that is to say, it became life. The past of a man's life could always be controlled in this way, be seen to have a fixed order because it was past, had passed, almost always, that is, for when it could not be controlled then madness was not far away. When something was past, it was fixed, one could come to terms with it, always the process of imposing the pattern, of holding back the chaos. Like antiques, collecting them, a manifestation of the security of a pattern, harking back to the safeness of things past. His father, he had seen, often preferred the less good, if known, to the possibly better, if unknown, and Albert felt himself always to be liable to do the same and consciously fought against it, trying to see everything freshly, trying to realize in practice his theoretically absolute freedom of will, freedom from the past. In most things he succeeded, but for Jenny, with the memory and grief of whom he had not come to terms, upon which he had not imposed a pattern. As an example, too, Albert walking from Ball's Pond Road into Mildmay Park, buying a peach on the way, the third time realizing he had done the same thing twice before, who was free to buy grapes, or an orange, or an apple, and to wander along Newington Green Road, for one alternative, had imposed a pattern unconsciously, in such a simple matter, had formed a habit, shoring what up against what decay, against what chaos. But what if he were to do me in, inquired one of the women, more loudly than she had been speaking before. Albert remarked upon and commended, to himself, her pretty employment of the subjunctive, in this tense struggle with the indicative in the constant levelling tendencies of language. This usage by this woman, whatever her moral standards, was indeed encouraging, a blow struck back for precision and subtlety. Terry thought that that was one of the things that hurt most about Janine leaving him, the being forced back into this sort of world, this seeking company in pubs and cafes, without the special warmth and kindness of the company of a woman. That was perhaps the best reason he had to hate her, for withdrawing these things from him, and somehow making it impossible at the same time for him to ask them of any other woman. It had destroyed the confidence he needed to ask them of any other woman. That hurt, as well as the other things. And she made him feel like a youth again, immature. He remembered her saying to him that the ability to make painful but firm decisions was one of the chief signs of maturity. Which was why he was here, in a Cable Street cafe, acting immaturely, listening to music he despised and to conversation which bored him. Albert thought of other solutions to the sexual problem, the for instance heavily bearinged women of about 35 to be seen in many angel pubs, a half-inch of wedding and engagement rings on their finger, a sign of pride, of aggressive non-availability. Yet they must see sex as in many ways condemning them to drudgery through children, and dread it because of this. He needed someone who realized instinctively about the necessity of the illusion of love, which had taken him so long even to begin to understand. And the boy of 14 who had talked more sense to him about sex than ever he had been able to command himself, and who accepted reversals in the same spirit if not with the same pleasure as conquests. Albert stood up. "I'm feeling in the mood for horrors," he said. "Let's drive round Worcester Park and St. Helier." Terry stood up in agreement. He did not mind where they drove. They walked through Northeast Passage into Well-Close Square, kicking an empty beercan with considerable satisfaction, passing and repassing to one another. In the square an old man came out of one of the houses. "Why don't you make more noise?" he suggested, without irony in his voice. "Just like a couple of kids." The rebuke was so mild that Albert laughed with relief. "We are just a couple of kids," he said. They walked away from the Fiat, to avoid identifying it with themselves, once round the square, and then came back to it. "The theater," said Terry, "is dead." "Dead? I could give you a building that would make it live again," said Albert. "It's nothing to do with buildings, that the theater is dead, but because of the audience. You won't get good, living theater until you get an audience with good and valid reasons for going, for being an audience. Along the Ratcliffe, through the Rotherhithe, Bermondsey, Camberwell, Streatham, the by-law streets and tunnel-back dwellings of 19th century housing legislation, Mitcham, Morden, Sutton." Deliberately, Albert caused Terry's random direction taking to bring them past the house of Jenny's parents. Deliberately, too, he did not tell Terry. Albert's full contempt was reserved for Worcester Park. St. Helier was bad but unpretentious, but Worcester Park was both very bad and pretentious at the same time. Street upon street of semi-detached mock-timbered gables, Norman arches on the porches, Gothic windows in the halls, Bakelite door furniture throughout, intensely unimaginative front garden layouts, identical wrought iron gates, twee lanterns to light the porches. William Morris was responsible for having started the movement which led to all this, Albert thought, but surely he could not have approved of Worcester Park. Albert felt something large and hard in his pocket. It was the electric shaver. An idea came to him, and he asked Terry to stop outside the next house with a porch light on. He opened the door and went through the gate up a shingle path. In the porch he carefully removed the bulb from the mock Renaissance lantern with his fingers wrapped in a handkerchief, placed it in his pocket, and replaced it with the adapter of the shaver. The shaver began to throb in his hand at once and he started to shave. It worked well, and he was particularly pleased with the way it cleaned the hard stubble above his top lip. The hall light went on, the door opened, and a little fat man stood on the step. He had pulled on a dressing gown over his pajamas, but it was open at the fly to disclose a shadow of pubic hair. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" he demanded. "Shaving," said Albert, not to be outdone. The man reached inside the door and switched off the porch light supply. Albert heard the telephone ping at the same time, and assumed someone was ringing for the police. Quickly he unplugged the shaver and, thrusting it into his pocket, he walked away down the path. The man followed. Albert realized he might take the Fiat's number if he reached the gate, so he turned and shouted melodramatically, "I'm a desperate man, and I'll shoot if you come any nearer." The man laughed briefly, nastily, and disbelievingly, and still came on. Albert took the bulb from his pocket and quietly dropped it behind him. It burst with a noise similar to a pistol shot. The man turned and Albert heard the door slam behind him. "Hi-yo for Georgios, I think, mate," he said to Terry. "When I was a kid we used to call that poshing light bulbs. Poshing, poshing, it's a fine word. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Proposition, that these children's speech is bad. For the proposition, Miss Crosthwaite. Against the proposition, Mr. Albert. Miss Crosthwaite said that they all knew the speech of children at this school to be bad. Every time one of them opened his or her mouth to speak the result was almost invariably hideous, an offense to the heirs. Their speech was slovenly, like their personal habits. Mr. Albert said that bad, hideous, and slovenly were not words that could be meaningfully used about speech. A child saying prize for praise was using the same sound as in the word prize. The sound itself was not wrong, therefore, but its context was not that of so-called standard speech. Accurately, it was only in a social context that sounds could be described as misplaced. Often the different sound produced by these children required more phonetic effort to produce, for example, the glottal stop, than the one it replaced. How then could such speech be described as slovenly? The offense to Miss Crosthwaite's lovely airs, Mr. Albert suggested, came about because these children were not speaking as she spoke herself. These children were not imposing the same pattern on their worlds as she imposed on hers, for who approves, Mr. Albert quoted Petronius without attribution, of conduct unlike his own? For communication within their own social context, the speech of these children was perfectly suited. As a teacher, he would point out to children that if they chose to move into other social contexts, then they would probably not find acceptance unless they conformed to the speech conventions of the new one, accent being generally the easiest way of determining class origin, but he would never attempt to correct children's speech provided they were making themselves clear to him, that is, provided they did not speak indistinctly. Miss Crosthwaite was nevertheless convinced that she would still object when any child said "ain't" in her hearing. Mr. Albert said that while in his childhood "ain't" was common, this usage had now shifted to "ant" in London. This was an example of the continual progression of sound changes in speech, in the face of which any standardization was quite wasted, even ludicrous. And the working class always led in such speech changes, and the upper classes were farthest behind. The Queen, for instance, always launches a ship, and uses "lost" for "lost." Miss Crosthwaite said that the speech of the children of this school was bad and slovenly. The bell went before a vote could be taken. Asterisk 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 asterisk. An eye for place. Of places most of all remembering comes. Of Hungerford Lane that first tense evening. For instance, where shadows, stacks, and iron escapes above us segmented the night. In a parody of a clear story. Where I refrained in the obvious place. Choosing anti-romantically to wait. Until we had reached the high lime-washed vault of the bridge, and where, while the savage trains gunned behind their netting cage, I kissed you. And this from one who always found more in places than in people to love before. My masculine room suddenly made a home. By the careful discard of unneeded clothes. My austere room tender with your warmth. Made holy by the ritual of our loving. Its certain books you held gaining almost the character of relics with your leaving. And the sweet residual reminder of its bed. As I entered it again at night alone. London that summer seemed full of tall cranes. Strutted and frail and busy in our way. Your Windermere hair in the spring wind. On the breast of Nottingham Castle. And the company of friends to whom we seemed like lovers in a ballad. The skewed house in which we stayed for 3 sacred nights. The room with its barely yielding bed and absurdly patterned walls. Your chaste pain, although we must have joined 100 times before, making you for this once. My pure and childlike virgin. My terror of loss, as, dead in sleep, you spurned my tenderness. Yet, waking, made sweet recompense. In reassurances. And last, the trip to Jerusalem. Another consummation. A kind of voyage to a holy land. To help us understand. And oh but how this sweet remembering numbs. But most of all at Balgi, where the plump seat route leapt from our pool. And ochre seashells fell from rocks, tinkling when the tide had left them. You and I, by our fire leaning against rock, rough as a cat's tongue, while the moon hung caught in a wire fence on the cliff above the stream, and are free bathing. By default. Like pure animals. Who never knew and hated man. To make and why do I run my mind up and down the honed edge of memory so constantly hold my brain to the while these shoes did not know her since then I have worn out two and partially a third pair of shoes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Albert said. Joseph, mate, you're a native, what the hell am I supposed to do with the kids round here? I don't give a damn if they screw each other without my knowing, but when they drop Frenchy packets in my waste paper basket in the middle of a lesson, what am I supposed to do? Joseph said. Ignore it. Albert said. I blush, that's my trouble, I blush. Joseph said. Don't kid me, you lead the sheltered life, mate, what with all these birds I see fluttering in and out of here? Who was that one night before last, for instance? She your regular bird then? Albert said. No, but she's someone else's. I mean, I wouldn't have you think she was being wasted, or anything. I'll tell you a funny story about her, mate, though, at least, you'll think it's funny. This is a dolly I had about 3 years ago, very keen on her, I was, very keen indeed. Then I pushed it too hard, as I always do, it's a sort of defense, a sort of need to be hurt, so I push me luck, so didn't see her for a couple of years, then something happened that's never happened before, I sort of got friendly with her again, only there was never anything sexual about it, don't laugh, and I could take her to parties and things and enjoy myself, that is, not worry who the hell she was talking to or who was trying to make her, and this was all very fine, and I know the bloke she's going to marry, she's getting married in 3 weeks, and I like him a lot, too. So it's a nice clean friendship, but the night before last she turns up shortly after I got back from school. You know I'm bloody dead when I get back and can't think for about an hour. Anyway, I make her some tea and feed her a biscuit and we natter, and it's all very domestic, and she goes and washes her hair, and I say how domestic this is, and isn't she taking a bleeding liberty, as though I was Mike her bloody intended. And she says no, she thinks she looks very sexy like this. At which I can only laugh, in my way. Anyhow, so when I can think I suggest we go to the theater, not just wanting to talk to her all the evening, and knowing already there isn't a chance of it going the way it should if she was any other dolly, and she's dead unenthusiastic about going out at all. But only afterwards do I really notice this, and finally we go off to the bloody theater, and do you know what? She falls asleep not once, but twice, once in each act. Now, I know the play was bleeding awful, the theater's dead, mate, quite dead, you know, especially the intellectual theater, but these bloody critics mislead you with their small change. But I ask you. But now, here at last I get to the point. Last night she rings me up and asks me how I enjoyed the play. Not much, says I. Nor did I, says she, I wish we hadn't gone. What would you rather have done, then, I ask her. Stayed in and made love, she says. Jesus Christ. And she's getting married in 3 weeks, too. Joseph said. Birds are like that. Albert said. But you notice she didn't bloody say it when I could have done something about it. If she'd really wanted it, then she would have said so at the time, wouldn't she? Joseph said. Not necessarily. Birds are like that. Albert said. Honest, Joseph, I just can't justify women's ways to men. The lot of them beat me. Like these birds at school, that I was telling you about just now, before I got sidetracked. They come up to me after lunch, they seem to run a lunchtime brothel somewhere, and I can smell it, mate, smell it. They've just had it off somewhere. And they come and stand at my desk as close as possible, probably thinking I know nothing about it or something. Or seeing if I do, and have got the guts to say something. It's enough to drive you round the twist. Joseph said. Ignore it. Albert said. That's the last thing I can do. Joseph said. You got sexual problems, mate, sexual problems, that's your trouble. Albert said. Of course I have, but not simple ones. It's nothing like as simple as going out and screwing some old scrubber for a few bob. Joseph said. You make it difficult for yourself, mate. Why isn't it as simple as that? Albert said. It's all connected with Jenny, and therefore with the whole of myself, everything I am. Joseph said. You're just using her as an excuse. You could forget these things easily enough if you didn't bloody think so much about them. Look, they either do or they don't. Otherwise you're on your Todd, mate, strictly on your Todd. Albert said. I think I had more, once. Joseph said. Then you were bloody mistaken. You were kidding yourself. All this soulmate stuff you mean? Albert said. Something like that. Joseph said. You were mistaken, then, and you're just off your squiff if you think you'll ever have it again. Albert said. You see, in one way I'd just like to go up to some bird round here, for a try, and say give with the reachy kisses, babe, just to see what she'd say. Of course, I know what she'd say if she was a working class character in a book coup, or get you or are you off your chump. But what would she actually say? Joseph said. Get stuffed? Albert said. Perhaps. I can only find out by trying it, of course. Here, you know what they did to one teacher today? One of the girls just took out her lighter in the middle of a lesson and set fire to the curtains. Killing, isn't it? I've had the curtains in my classroom taken down. Joseph said. Kids today don't seem to have much imagination. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Justin, Erotocritu, Fleming, Sweetman, me. They drill most precisely. They have practiced for hours. Single file. They're marching an unmilitary compromise, short step, short swing. Healing. A practice kick, double, triple, in unison, the five of them. Unison. Precision. They knock down a boy who is in their way. They surround him. They make dangerous kicks at him. Erotocritu perhaps inadvertently kicks his elbow. The boy is in great pain. What do you lot think you're doing? Albert says. Practicin'. We're the core. You'll all be corpses right enough if you carry on like this, Albert says, failing to resist the chance of the pun provided by the pronunciation. Yeah. You and who? You watch it, Albie. What did you say? Albert says. Nothing. He didn't say nothin'. You been sayin' things about ma family. You say sir if you've anything to say to me, Albert says. Since when was united by the Queen, then? All right, then, that's your break. All of you, upstairs and stand outside the headmaster's room, Albert says. After break, Albie. When we finished practicin'. You'll get yours, Albert, just you wait. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Terry was enjoying a gelato porco. The membrane-thin flakes of pastry were crisp contrast to the yielding density of the center, the honey ran with each bite. Albert sat, within himself, quite alone. His shattered state after each school day seemed to last longer and longer, soon it would be permanent, he felt, in spite of the end of term being near. They tell me, he said to Terry, who did not listen, that the kids take breaking up rather literally. Violently. Especially the kids who are leaving. Last term windows were broken and a couple of doors kicked in, and a lot of them brought booze in the afternoon. And the teachers had to go home in groups. Not that the kids couldn't tackle groups, though, for they could, easily enough. Did I tell you about this street fight with the Hoxton boys the other afternoon? They finish 15 minutes before us, so that just gives them nice time to get up to us. One of the senior teachers heard there was going to be trouble, so he told the head. You know what the old sod did? He said as it was going to be outside the school it was none of his business. None of his business. Eventually he was persuaded to phone the police about it, however, and they had a car outside at 4:10. But they couldn't do anything. The fight still happened. The police just aren't a deterrent to these kids. There's no deterrent that I know of. Anything they want to do, they do. And somehow I've got to admire them for it, even though I seem to be on the other side. Somehow they're behaving more like human beings than we are. It's the authority which is wrong, not those it's forced upon. People like the bloody head and this inspector who came yesterday. She came into my class just as I'd got them under, which takes about 10 minutes, and after a bit she asked me if she could take over. I was only too pleased to be shown how to deal with them, of course. "You're too tense, all of you," she says. "Relax, look, go floppy, like this, go floppy." My class went floppy all right, all over the place, and the noise. She just walked out after a few minutes, the cow, and I had to go round calming them down with my special 4-knuckle head wrap. That's the sort of authority I mean, hers. That's all wrong. It must be all wrong. Or I'm mad, which is after all not impossible. George's latest waitress came to stack and pick up the cups and plates. "Give with the Ricci kisses, babe," said Albert. "Kindly get stuffed," said the waitress. "Only time I did touch them, hurt them," Albert resumed, "was today, for the first time. I was giving a bloody brilliant lesson on architecture. It was brilliant, too, and the bastards still weren't paying attention and still mucked about, and I lost my temper and said they were a lot of peasants. That they resented, being called peasants, that touched them, that hurt them. They copied chunks out of the Bible for the rest of the lesson, and I could feel the resentment in the room. It wasn't the copying out of the Bible, I'm sure. They probably hated that less than me rabbiting on about architecture, but being called peasants. Perhaps it has country bumpkin associations for London kids. Strange that it should be the only thing to touch them. But you know what I've decided to do in the last few days of term? I'm going to give them time and paper to write down exactly what they feel about me, with a guarantee that there will be no complaints or recriminations from me, whatever they say. This I hope will work out their hatred of me without it actually needing to come to violence. How about that for an idea, then? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Struggled to take back his knife, and inflicted on him a mortal wound above his right eye, the blade penetrating to a depth of 2 inches, from which he died instantly. Kabelstrasse. The Blue Angel had changed. I noticed the door was set differently as soon as I went through it. But the football machine was the same, the room was the same. The barman was different. He sat on 2 tables, stretched, and did not seem inclined to serve. Got sticky bun for self, coffee for all, including mate from very posh bank, Couts. Higginson, just picked up in pub. Played football with him. Drunken Negro kept saying fuck, reproved him for it. Beat posh mate twice. Then stood aside, inviting Terry to play with him. Terry kept popping outside, would not play. Giant Negro gets up, offers to play posh mate, does so. I stand eating me sticky bun, 1 foot on a chair, as is my wont. Older Negro comes up and asks me to put me foot down. "Do you own the joint then?" I ask. "Don't ask no questions," he says. "Don't ask no questions," says Giant Negro. "I'll ask what fucking questions I fucking like," I says, with which he hits me on chest, half-caught blow on hand, did not hurt, but I knocked my right shin on the chair and my head against the wall. Luckily his mates held him back after that, but he kept on saying things like let me cut him down to size. I put me foot up again and went on eating me bun. Older mate again said put it down. And Giant seemed about to get loose, so I glared at the lot, threw me bun down violently and exited. Outside found by Terry. Walked down any passage. Told him about it. Gave me benefit of his fighting experience. Went back, to another, cellar, 1. Giant came in after we had been there a few minutes and Terry making up to girl, dancing. Decided to leave after a couple of another minutes. Walked, came back, telling Terry man who hit me was down there. We're standing at cellar door, packed, 2 to go in. Saw giant Negro other side of room. Narrowed me eyes at him. He came storming across room shouting I'll kill the bastard. I belted upstairs, waited at top to see if he was coming. He was, screaming something I don't remember. I screamed something back that included fuck and indicated he wouldn't be able to do it, and ran through passage into street. Stood outside, feeling fairly safe, but elated, shit scared, waiting for Terry. He came out after a couple of minutes, saying he had held Negro at bottom of stairs so's he couldn't get up, blocking way up. He and others thanked him. While we stood outside, Pro passed and was in a scuffle. Police van immediately drew up, 6 or 8 coppers got out and shoved someone in, Negro. Pro shouting he tried to roll me. Take him in. I won't let anyone roll me. Saw Terry and me and warned us against trying to roll her, as well. Another pro came up and talked with us about her, said she was a horrible woman. Gathered first pro was trying to muscle in on the Strasse. Stood there a long time. Man who hit me came out, looked at us both, and went other way. Terry had meanwhile talked me into feeling safe and not running farther. Not that I didn't feel shit scared all the time, but that I accepted it and would have fought, I think, if occasion had arisen. Pro who had been rolled came back past us, on own. Terry struggled to take back his knife, and inflicted on him a mortal wound above his right eye, the blade penetrating to a depth of 2 inches, from which he died instantly. Just stepped out in front of her, and looked down at her. She apologized. Terry stepped back. Terry really rather magnificent the whole evening. Told to move on by 2 high-up police in car. Went down by bombed buildings, following quarreling pro and Ponce. Earlier had thrown 2 milk bottles, 1 each, into playground in middle of well-closed square. Terry's broke, mine did not, can't even rely on laws of physics, now, I said bitterly. Saw whole row of milk bottles. Did not pick them up luckily, for policeman just farther on talking to drunk leaning over wall. Went on. Suddenly had an epiphany on side of the roofline, it hit me, someone, some people, humankind, had thought about that roofline, had conceived it, it wasn't brilliant, or graceful, it was just of humankind, man's, sweated from his conscience, and stopped to write it down. Policeman caught up with us, asked what I had in my hand, what my address was. Questioned his right to ask me anything. Terry warning me not to be awkward. Young copper, not a Londoner Yorkshire? Showed him piece of paper, much good would it do him. Satisfied. Went up towards well-closed square again. Terry pissed through wire fence opposite Spaghetti Works. Just as I was following him, copper on bike came by. Went past, but somehow we knew he'd stopped. So we played with him up towards the square, dodging in and out of doorways, he following very slowly on his bike. I found a paper clip in my doorway. Did not follow us right into SQ. Leaned against lamppost in SQ, saw copper move on couple of women and man, drunk, laughing. Copper came up to us. What were we doing? I was just standing quietly talking to my mate about the architecture, I says, they're very nice late 18th century houses over there. Very reasonable. Copper not narked. Just said not the time to appreciate architecture, as this was Stepney and any minute a drunken man might rush out of a house with a knife in his hand and stick it into the first person he saw, who might well be me. Asterisk 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 asterisk. On the 30th of May, he was at Eleanor Bowles on Deptford Strand, with 3 men, Polly, Skeers, and Fraser. Polly was in the service of Elizabeth's government as a courier, Skeers was a government spy, little is known of Fraser. It was Fraser who had invited him to Deptford. They met at about 10 in the morning, and after lunch talked quietly together and walked in the garden of the place until about 6 in the evening. They then returned to the same room to dine. After the meal he began a quarrel with Fraser over the reckoning. He was lying on a bed, and Fraser was sitting on a chair with his back to him, between Polly and Scarce. From malice and what Kid called his rashness in attempting sodden prio, i.e. injuries to men, he drew Fraser's knife and gave him 2 scalp wounds. Fraser, in defending himself, struggled to take back his knife, and inflicted on him a mortal wound above his right eye, the blade penetrating to a depth of 2 inches, from which he died instantly. Christopher Marlowe, poet, February 1564 to May 1593. ************* What I think of Flabby Chops Albert. Sir, you get on anyone's nerves. With all your rules. Regulations. You say you are not allowed to talk in class, but you are not allowed to can you. You have canned me and others. You like to take the mick out of people, yet if we take the mick out of you, you start being a bully. You enjoy hiding us. You don't care if we don't do anything, you still hit us, like yesterday when you hit us for cheering. You did not know who cheered and who didn't. I myself saw a girl cheer. In taking the mick you couldn't touch your hair with a pair of garden shears without a lot of trouble. You are and proper pleasant yourself. English. Composition. On. What I think of Albert. I think Albert is a very nice teacher, but I don't like the way he shout at the students and clout the boys on their head. He is a teacher of great knowledge and very polite. I know sometimes the children gets on his nerves. But I think 2 boys, he should clout is Franco and Turk. I am very glad he Hassan hit the girls, because his hands might missed and hit them in the wrong place. Albert has fair hair hanging over his face, he is kind of faddish, has blue eyes. I think he teaches very good and I know he tries his best. That all about you. Albert. The end. English. I think Mr. Albert on the whole is a good teacher and I have learned a lot with him. But at times he runs round the classroom like a maniac, and clumps anyone in range of his hand. When he hits some boys around the head it give them a headache. He I think is trying to get thinner because he builds around classroom. He should at the end of the week have a haircut, he is always pushing his hair back. My definition of Mr. Albert. Mr. Albert has a poor outlook towards us, calling us peasants and other insulting names of which we would like to contradict, in other words to call him a liar. Mr. Albert on the whole, although he isn't all there, is a rotten teacher, but not professionally, for he teaches well and I am glad he is in my group, or should it be vice versa. In school Mr. Albert is an authentic net. Yours sincerely. An admirer. Mr. Albert is not too bad for teaching English and for having a little lark. But he is a big fat nits. How is hiding Franco and Turkey? He is a bit high on his fee. Mr. Albert about 17 st 6 pounds. When Mr. Albert gets on a speaking white mankin, the mankin say get off, you will break me in 3. Mr. Albert. Mr. Albert is alright sometimes, but he gets very annoyed at us and shouts and calls us peasants, and he goes round hitting people for nothing. He only hits the boys, so I'm glad I am not a boy. He is very morbid and gross and he thinks that everybody is seducing him. Mr. Albert. I think Mr. Albert is very good teacher, Sod. I like him, everybody does. He is very nice and fat, he is. Very. I think Mr. Albert is a very spiteful teacher and he always moaning. He always shout at the student and clout the boys and the head. I think he is very polite anyway. Anyway, think Mr. Albert is nice otherwise, but only think he must not keep on punching the boys on the head for nothing. Sometime the girls need one as well as the boys to bring back their head together. Mr. Albert always tell you off. You cannot say nothing unless he tell you off or move from your seat and put you beside the boys, and I don't like that because I don't like boys and I don't sit beside my brother. Franco is playing champion in class. He want to beat the boys and girl in the classroom, but he can't do that to me because I am not afraid of him. He walk all about and hit terse and hold him his throat, and I don't like that. So could you please tell him not to do it for me, please, sir? Thank you very much. Mr. Albert is like to clout he people too much. How I think of Mr. Albert. I think Mr. Albert is horrible sometimes because he is always mourning. You can never say anything without get told of or getting moved somewhere else. Mr. Albert is fat and has fair hair. He always has a joke with the boys but never with the girls because he's too mourning. He is not a bit modern. He wears old-fashioned round toe shoes, baggy trouser and a dirty looking tie. His hair is always over the place. Anybody would think he has got a comb. I think he is bit spiteful to the boys just because they say something silly, but some do need hiding but not on the head. He is not very stress. When he hits a boy and the boy starts sobbing or answering him back, he gets scared and starts being nice to the boy. If a person stays away, the next time he or she comes back he asked what they away for, and that is being nosy, and it's none of his business he too nosy. He's always got someone to shout at, and when he does shout you would think the building was caving in. It is not fear that he should only split the girls up but not the boys. Mr. Albert. I like Mr. Albert sometimes when he is in a good mood, but when he isn't I don't like him, and I don't like him when he tells us to write or read, and I don't like him when he hits me and when he calls me noms. He's all fat and no bone, he has a banner nose, and we know he can't play the piano. Sometimes he says he's 7,000 years old and sometimes he says he 1,400 years old. I feel sorry for Mr. Albert because we all knows he is round the bend and a bit rusty still, never midday, and he in love with Gloria Haper and Jean Tig, and he has been married 10 times and he is quite small, and he is not very strict. And he is a bossy no good layabout nutcase. I bet he perms his hair every night and I say him do the V sign and he is a holargan and he says things about our family and our grandmas. Artecher. Mr. Albert. He is rather a nice person to talk to. He lets you do what you want. If he's in a good mood he rams his gob like he is supposed to and seeps his place don't get out of hand. He is known by some of the boys Mick Norm Anglais and myself Ches as Pelong the Purden. I think he tries his hardest, but I think he has a bit more go in him, but he don't want to use it on us. He is quite tall and on the plump side, but I can't tall K sometimes when we all sit down to work and he sets us the boys including me just fook about in class and take the mic out of him. We also sometimes just take no notice and just carry on with what we are doing. Sometimes I think he must feel like just dropping everything and give up, but he just perseveres. Mr. Albert. Mr. Albert is a very good sports because he can take a joke. He is always separation me and Gloria and none of the boys. He is always joking with the boys and not with the girl. He think we are a bitter of dirty. I think he is. What I think of Mr. Albert, Snotty knows. I think Mr. Albert is a big fat overfed fool, and he doesn't teach us anything. But he can be alright when he wants to. When he calls us peasants I feel like booting him in the ear hole. And when he hits us I feel like calling him dirty name and swearing at him. Also when he starts shouting his head off I feel like saying shut up you big fat lollop, and you fat barrel of compost. When we read that book I feel like ramming it down his throat. Sometimes he says we are seducing him, but I would not like to seduce him for a start. When we go out the front and lean on his piano he says, get off my piano, and if he wasn't a teacher I would say shut up Albert and stick your piano right up your Khyber Pars. And what makes me wild is that he always picks on Turk, the littlest boy in the class. One day I wish Turkey would turn round and gob in his eye. And yesterday when he was going out of the door a number of us started cheering, so he immediately hit all the boys, but I saw 2 girls cheering also. But if you told him he would say shut up and go away. I also don't like his type of music. His favorite composer is Bach and he is a right Berg too. The other day we had Beethoven and we started calling he pieces of music Beethoven blues and Snotty Oliver's symphony in Z+. And when he plays other sort of music he goes all funny and starts whistling, and makes out he's a conductor, like a big fat overfed NITT. He is horrible for one thing, for another he is a nosens. His face is like a back of a bus. He's too big for his boots. He is a bit of a film star. He acted the part of gorilla. He walks like a fiery elephant. We all call him Polong of the elephant. He has got hair like a gollywog. All the cloth he wears are from the rag shop. I would not say what I think of him in public. But he is a good old. His diner is too big for his stomach. He is related to a elephant, I think. But rarely he is a. Every time he gets on the skulls say one at a time. Or no elephant a load. That is the end of Goldilocks. What I think of Mr. Albert. I think Mr. Albert is a peasant. For I believe it takes a peasant to know another peasant. Mr. Albert is a great big muscle-bound bully. I put him in the same category as Hitler and Mussolini. Mr. Albert looks positively stupid having his hair long and bushy and having it over his eyes. So that every so often he has to push his hair out of his eyes. This is very distracting when reading a look. But his choice of books are terrible, boring, unexciting, and when Mr. Albert reads the noise, is boring, and at least 5 times while Mr. Albert was reading I nearly fell asleep. 9 lessons out of 10 he gives reading. I think he is a fat, porky, selfish drip. And how? Mr. Albert. I think that Mr. Albert is the worst teacher in the school. He is a bully and he thinks he is Mr. Albert 1963. He also could do with a lawnmower over his head. In other words, he has got enough hair on his head to stuff a suite of furniture. In simple words, he needs an haircut. He is the most unsuiting teacher you could ever get. He calls us peasants because he thinks we are like himself. Myself, I think, is a bit gone in his head. And my finale words are I wish he would go and decay. P.S. I think he's a big Nancy. What I think of Mr. Albert? I think that you are horrible. You always go round the class hitting us and also shout at us as if we were fools like you. You're a big fat lollop and you also are mad. You never give us hard work. We are always writing essays and reading. You are the fattest teacher in the school, but you can also be good at times and could be the best teacher in the school, you big fat nit. Slobbery Jew, you fat fumfu soppy rabbi. You are a dog. On the whole you're stupid and you are a fat FOMF oxen nit lollop rabbi fart face. Mr. Albert. I think you are a man who likes hitting children and kicking their behinds. You calls us peasants. I say you are a big fat peasant and a fatty lamb chop. You go in public houses nearly every night. You ought to hang yourself or commit suicide in the River Thames. You're a bloody nuisance, a big head. It's a wonder you're still alive, or otherwise you would be dead and buried, like many of us wish you to be. You look like Mussolini and Goldilocks. You're a great big fat kick donkey. You talk of us, you haven't looked at yourself properly. Your hair is all over the place and like a poodle who hasn't had his hair clipped. You're like an ape or a fully grown chimpanzee, like in the book. When he gave him a bottle of beer to drink, he got drunk and it took ages to sober him up. I should think it takes more than a few hours to sober you up after finishing with the pubs. What I think of Mr. Albert? I think Mr. Albert is a good teacher sometimes. What I like about him is he gives a lot of work. Sometimes he gets too big for his boots. He jumps on kids for nothing. Someday good old Mr. Albert will come across someone his own size who will splatter him to bits and pieces. He gives us good lessons. Sometimes I feel like swearing at him, but still he's a good English teacher. There's one thing wrong with him: he needs a haircut. And one thing more, he reckons himself too much. He goes round the class punching us for nothing, and on Friday night I am going to break his stick. And next term he better not go round the class hiding us for nothing like he does now, for his sake. I admit me Chaz, Mick, Norm, are troublemakers, but at least we don't do it for trouble, we do it for fun as a lot of other kids do. I be glad when we break up for summer holidays to get away from all the teachers. Asterisk 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 asterisk. After 15 hours of rain, in the late afternoon the sun slashed through, lightning first over the southwestward houses of the circus, glinting silver on the wet courses of the chimneys and throwing the dormers into shadowed mystery. A patterned flight of sparrows was scattered in reflection from the polished roof of a car outside. Albert lazed at his drawing board before the great window. Nearly 7 weeks' summer holiday lay ahead of him in which to work, and he could not work today. Always tomorrow was the day he was going to work. Part of the trouble, he thought, was that he lived and loved to live in an area of absolute architectural rightness, which inhibited his own originality, and resulted in him being, oh, fuck all this lying. 4. Disintegration. Fuck all this lying, look what I'm really trying to write about is writing, not all this stuff about architecture, trying to say something about writing, about my writing. I'm my hero, though what a useless appellation, my first character, then I'm trying to say something about me through him, Albert, an architect, when what's the point in covering up, covering over, pretending I can say anything through him, that is anything that I would be interested in saying. So an almighty apogeopasis. I'm trying to say something, not tell a story. Telling stories is telling lies, and I want to tell the truth about me, about my experience, about my truth to reality, about sitting here writing, looking out across Claremont Square, trying to say something about the writing and nothing being an answer to the loneliness, to the lack of loving. Look, then I'm again for what is writing if not truth, my truth, telling truth to experience, to my experience, and if I start falsifying in telling stories, then I move away from the truth of my truth, which is not good, oh certainly not good by any manner of. So it's nothing. Look, I'm trying to tell you something of what I feel about being a poet in a world where only poets care anything real about poetry, through the objective correlative of an architect who has to earn his living as a teacher. This device you cannot have failed to see creaking, ill-fitting at many places, for architects, monks can earn livings very nearly connected with their art, and no poet has ever lived by his poetry, and architecture has a functional aspect quite lacking in poetry, and, simply, architecture is just not poetry. In a world which offers nothing but hardly connected substitutes to keep me being a poet tomorrow, not that I am complaining, you should understand this, being a poet today is the only reason necessary to want to be a poet tomorrow, but I am concerned to tell you something of what this means, of what I think it means, in the living, as well as I can. I have to write, I have to tell the truth, it's compulsive, yet at the same time agonizing, to write to pass the time I have too much of which I have too much. The end can't come quickly enough for me, as long as I don't actually have to do anything about it, but meanwhile I have to write something, to pass the time, being interested in so much, everything really, everything, compulsively, nihil humanum alienum puto and all that jazz. So it's nothing to you that I am rabbiting on about being a poet and having to earn a living in other ways, but what about your own sector of the human condition then? It is about frustration. The poetry comes from the suffering. The poetry is the only thing to make me face the further suffering. For the poetry any suffering is endurable. Even years for a single line. Is about the fragmentariness of life, attempts to reproduce the moment-to-moment fragmentariness of life, my life, and to echo it in technique, the fragmentariness, a collage made of the fragments of my own life, the poor odds and sods, the bric-a-brac, a thing composed of, then. Tell me a story, tell me a story. The infants. Not that I am not fond of Albert, for I am, very, Albert, a slightly comic association with the name, offset today, as a name, and Albert, to emphasize his Albertness, hisness, itness, uniqueness. Yes, fond of him, I am, very, even though I have hardly provided you with a description of him, a corporate being, I know, but he stands for me, I don't need one, Albert, who stands for me, poor fool. And also to echo the complexity of life, reproduce some of the complexity of selves which I contain within me, contradictory and gross as they are, childish, some will call it, peeing in the rainfall gauge, yes, but sometimes I am childish, very, so are we all, it's part of the complexity I'm trying to reproduce, exorcise. Faced with the enormous detail, vitality, size, of this complexity, of life, there is a great temptation for a writer to impose his own pattern, an arbitrary pattern which must falsify, cannot do anything other than falsify, or he invents, which is pure lying. Looking back and imposing a pattern to come to terms with the past must be avoided. Lies, lies, lies. Second best at best, for other writers, to do them a favor, to give them the benefit of innumerable doubts. Faced with the enormity of life, all I can do is to present a paradigm of truth to reality as I see it, and there's the difficulty, for Albert defecates for instance only once during the whole of this book. What sort of a paradigm of the truth is that? Further, since each reader brings to each word his own however slightly different idiosyncratic meaning, how can I be expected to make my own? But you must be tired. On then to talk of Jenny, a name I like even though originally I intended it to be involved in a rather coarse pun. Jenny Taylor, I've had no girl called Jenny, whereas hers was Muriel, which even before I knew her I thought comic. Now I hate it. You can't call a girl in a book Muriel, now can you? And not a cripple but an epileptic, he was, her earlier lover, with whom I could not compete, being whole. But Balgie, the name I kept, from some oddness, though it is in Scotland, not Ireland, on the southern shore of Loch Torridon, not that I could remember much about what it looked like, I had to pinch the scenery, such as it is, for that section, from North Wales, which I know much better. That's the trouble, I don't remember anything like everything, or even enough, so in writing about it I'm at a disadvantage straight away, really, trying to put down what is true. In asking Frank, for instance, what he could remember of what I had said to him when I came back from Balgie, he said the only thing I mentioned was that I had noticed that she did not wash as often as I had felt was consonant with my own surely not excessive practice. But an effect, salutary, yes, it has had, this working out things with her under the name of Jenny, of release, a definite effect of release, though I think it may be coincidental, really, or at best only contributory. But welcome, nevertheless, having been held in this memory's thrall these 4.5 years, to be released, being by the end of this book not under the influence of her memory, suffering the pain of her betrayal, as I was at its beginning. Not that most of it was not fantasy, in the first place, of course, for it was, if I had really wanted her all those years I should have gone out and found her again, have made her mine, have made her want me. It was the fantasy that had to be broken. Fantasy on my part, deception on hers. For it was I who actually broke from her, wanting too much, and her not giving, or being unable to give. She put me in a position where I had to break away, to nurse my fantasy without its being broken by her reality, and in this I was grievously wrong, to myself, and to her. Self-delusion is the worst crime. So that's another shifting of reality. In the course of the book I've come to see differently events I believed to be fixed, changed my mind about Muriel. I have this other girl, Virginia, now, at the time of writing, very happy too, but who knows what else will have shifted by galley-proof stage, or page-proof stage, or by publication day, or by the time you are reading this. Between writing and galleys, they've cut down some of the trees in Percy Circus, for another instance, taken down the railings. You'll just have to take my word for the description. Now all I can say is that's how it was, then, that's the truth. But it is good that I am rid of the ghost of Muriel, have laid her ghost, difficult to lay, a ghost, good to be rid of the using her as an excuse for not loving, for not giving to, anyone else, good to be able to try now to build a new relationship on truth, no fantasy as to the kind of person. Enough of this emotional sewerage. A few instances of the lies. It was Jim Wales not Wells kept the greyhounds. My parents used to live in Hammersmith but now live in Barnes. The little heathens I pinched from my father but gave the whip-petey player his name in payment, in slight recompense, and my parents have 2 cats, not 1 dog, who eat nourishing Fido meat, not Felix meat, which I made up. Yes, I'm guilty, I made that word up, and I am unjust to my parents, and she had a broken not a hooked nose, and it is a Morris Minor not a Fiat we park in Well Close Square, and at Balgie I drank lock water, not her, and we read poems, not designed a house, and she sketched but not me, who could never sketch, nor draw, nor paint, and only once we bathed in the pool, and it was very cold, I only went into the waist, and she hardly more, and it was very cold, and we dressed again as quickly as possible, and sat and shivered, even Littlewoods I changed to Woolworths, and I could go on and on, through each page, page after page, pointing out the lies, but it would be so tedious, so tedious. And even old Charlie had to change his name to Georgie, dreadful name, as well, for God knows why, to say nothing of his wife. I went into the pub the other day, and Bert said, "Remember Charlie's wife?" "Yes," I said. "Dead and buried," he said, "dead and buried." So there you are, let her epitaph be, you just can't keep up with it, life. The one I feel sorry for is little Linda Taylor, made an epileptic, to suit my ends, the poor little figment. And oh, but what other material is not now to be worked in? The visit to Zulf, for instance, who lives overlooking a cemetery and diverts Albert with detailed descriptions of the week's burials, the teacher who sleeps in the woodwork shed and cooks over the glowpot gas ring, Albert playing the identities game at St. Pancras Station to first the bewilderment and then the anger of a Roser, the story of the child who cooked her newborn and unwanted baby in her publican father's salmon kettle, the better to cut up and dispose of it, the Quixotian adventure of the colored bird. And what of the projected scene in which Miss Crosthwaite was to have been set upon by a group of ruffianly and sensually intense schoolboys? Left undone, Marlene left unmauled. But here's another story, to help to make up for your disappointment, one story for another. There was this man, see, there's always this man, there was this man, an Arab, if you like, driving a coachload of bents through the desert, 4 days and days 5 days, if you like, and every time one of the bents they were wearing yashmaks and whatevers, and were all pure and holy, undefiled and virgin, if you like, every time one of the bents heard a call of nature they'd make him, this driver, stop, and they'd all form a ring around her so's she couldn't be seen, in the desert, except for a couple who would keep an eye on this driver, like. So I mean, he stuck the first day out with mere fortitude, and the second day with the blessing of a bladder of quite unique and hitherto unsuspected capacity. But on the third day, still driving across the desert, still unable to relieve himself as a result of the undefiled nature of his charges, for the third day unable, when suddenly, he sees a lone Arab approaching on a camel. In the middle of the desert, this is, you remember. So, our driver, unable to contain himself any longer, and taking the bents by surprise for the first time, stops the coach, leaps out, locks the door behind him, runs to the man on the camel and says, panting, "Allah be with you, oh fortunately encountered one, can you tell me where I may purchase a score of white horses?" And the man on the camel replies, "Indeed, this is a fortunate meeting, O driver of innumerable bents, for only 3 miles to the south dwells my brother Faziem, who has 100 of the whitest horses in the whole of Arabia, horses of such pure breeding that men seek them from all parts of the world, and when the moon shines on their flanks then they gleam white like new-drawn milk." "Thank you," said the bent driver, "and tell me, O rarely mounted one, if you can, where I may find 20 black horses that I might purchase." "Allah must indeed," said the camel driver, "have contrived this encounter, O driver of a handsome vehicle, for only some 9 miles to the east dwells my cousin Hamid, who has a stable of such black horses the equal of those white horses of my brother Faziem, black horses of such rarity and comeliness that when the all-seeing moon shines on their flanks it is as though it glinted on the finest Damascus steel." "Allah be praised," said the driver, "O one dressed in comely raiment, and can you tell me where I can buy piebald horses?" "This day Allah has indeed excelled himself in felicity, O preoccupied one, indeed, for only 5 miles to the east is the house of my second cousin Abdul, who has taken the milk-white stallions of my brother Faziem and the steel-black Marrays of my cousin Hamid and has produced piebald horses of such quality to be seen nowhere else in all the world, and when they hear, 'Mate, what's that you're doing up against my camel's leg?' And another of my aims is didactic, the novel must be a vehicle for conveying truth, and to this end every device and technique of the printer's art should be at the command of the writer, hence the future seeing holes, for instance, as much to draw attention to the possibilities as to make my point about death and poetry. A page is an area on which I may place any signs I consider to communicate most nearly what I have to convey, therefore I employ, within the pocket of my publisher and the patience of my printer, typographical techniques beyond the arbitrary and constricting limits of the conventional novel. To dismiss such techniques as gimmicks, or to refuse to take them seriously, is crassly to miss the point. Didactic, 2. Social comment on teaching, to draw attention, 2. To improve, but with less hope, for if the government wanted better education it could be provided easily enough, so I must conclude, again, that they specifically want the majority of children to be only partially educated. Oh, and there were some pretty parallels to be drawn between Built on the Skew, Tatty, Half Complete, comically called Percy Circus, and Albert, and London, and England, and the Human Condition. I, yeoman and churchwarden of this parish these 30 years, have seen and had a hand in some doings hereabouts, and if anybody cares to read a simple tale simply told then they can go elsewhere for their lies. Life is not like that, is just not like that. But even I, would not leave such a mess, so many loose ends, clear up the mess, bury the loose ends, the lot. 5. Coda. Night. A group of 5 marched west up Vincent Terrace along by the canal. Albert walked south along Colebrook Row across and above the canal tunnel entrance. It's Albie. From the Angel. Well. Yeah. Albert Angelo. Ma family. Right, 1. 2. 3. Ma. Fam. Lee. Uug. United by the Queen, the bastard. Sir. Right, up. And over. Eel roll, all right, Fatars Albert. Hardly a splash. Asterisk. A funeral is rather a nasty thing. It always makes me come out in goose pimples and all cold. When I heard my big sister's friend's mama passed away, she said to us, how'd you like to see the body? At first my mother would not let us, then she went and see it by herself. When she come home she sawda it was a nasty sight to see. She said that the body was all painted up just like someone on the stage. They painted the lips more red and the face he's pink and yellow. They say it proseves it bus. I think it's just plan stupid to spend and wast all that money on a thing like that. It was just a great waste of time and all that work for really nothing, just a shocking display of funeralization on behalf of the firm that was called in. Albert Angelo B S Johnson, 1933 to 1973, an admirer of Joyce and Beckett, was a novelist whose works combine verbal inventiveness with typographical innovations. His books include Albert Angelo, 1964, Trawl, 1966, The Unfortunates, 1969, and House Mother Normal, 1971.